Hello. Welcome, welcome back, everyone. After a break in which you did not do anything substantial, productive, did you? No? Okay. First of all, you already have the bad news. I don't have to give you the bad news. That is, you know the lecture timing for the day? Yes. Fantastic. You take it as good news or bad news? Say it openly. I have no problem. Middle news क्या होता है? Good in the sense that syllabus will get over fast. So what else? Huh? And bad ka there is no explanation required. Let us also begin the day by paying tribute to the great Maratha king and warrior Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj. We are celebrating his Jayanti. He is the one who taught how to live with a lot of pride and bravery to the entire state of Maharashtra and everybody in the country that way. Okay. And you know, he also taught us that keep working to achieve your goals. So don't just put WhatsApp stories of his name. Also follow what he has taught. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead. We are doing a chapter called deductions under chapter 6a. I know we have completed quite a bit of sections that we have not solved questions on them, and it's a very risky area now, because now if I will go and do questions of 80C, triple C, CCD, they will be done together because there is a joint total limit. Then I do a question of 80D till D I have completed. In fact, I have also completed with you 80U, 80TTA, TTB, QQB also we have finished, but we haven't solved questions. Now when I solve the question and if you don't remember the things, believe me, I am going to skip the questions of the chapter. And beginning of the lecture, our minds are fresh. I am falsely assuming that beginning of the lecture, we have fresh minds. So it does not make sense to solve questions in such a long day when towards the later part of the day, you are mentally drained out. Then that will be the appropriate time to make you solve questions. So for now, we go ahead. We are in the D series. D series is health related. So we already saw medical insurance. Let's go ahead. Section 80. D D D D D D D D D D D D D D D D D D DD. Section 80. DD. In your home, you have a DD. Who do you have? DD. Sir, who is this DD? No, don't start. Don't guess. Don't guess. Somebody who is dependent on you, a family member who is financially dependent on you, and that family member is suffering from disability. See, when you yourself are disabled, so you are eligible for deduction under 80U. But you have a family member who is disabled, and that family member does not have income. Use your brain. If that family member does not have income, that family member won't be able to take 80U. How? Let me ask my question again. If there is a family member who is suffering from disability, that person is eligible for 80U. But if he does not have income, he won't be able to take 80U. Why? Because without income, you can't take deduction. Okay. Help. If you don't have income, there is no GTI. And if you don't have GTI, there is no question of deductions. Do you understand that? And you are maintaining that person. But can I say, you are incurring expenditure? Expenditure. We are under expenditure related deduction. See, that 80U himself does not have to do anything. Whether you spend or you don't spend, you are going to get your deduction. But the person who is maintaining, it is an expenditure related deduction. Hello. So you have to incur expense. Expense for maintenance of, you want to guess whose maintenance you are doing? DD. Your family member who is suffering from disability, you are maintaining, you are incurring their day-to-day living and maintenance expenses. Or it is also possible that you have taken an insurance premium where the benefit is insurance policy, matlab you are paying the premium for the benefit of DD. Insurance policy. See, the logic is simple. If I am aware, I am taking care of that disabled dependent. For example, I die, so who is going to take care of that disabled? We have special insurance products called disability insurance, where that disabled family member will get paid if the maintainer dies. But that maintainer will have to pay premium to buy that policy. By the way, the probability of this is less because people who suffer from disability have lower life expectancy. They in any case die very early. But the point is that by chance the maintainer dies early, then who will take care? So you are taking insurance. So either you are incurring expense for maintenance or you are taking insurance. Do you realize whether this or this, you have to incur something from your pocket because this is expenditure related deduction. That 80U himself does not have to spend anything because for some people spending anything is off. But you have to spend. The maintainer has to spend only on spending, you will get deduction. You understand the difference? Now let us learn the condition. One thing is clear that you are incurring expenditure for maintenance of that person. This deduction will be given to which assessee. Now the chapter is going to get complicated. This deduction is for resident individual or resident HUF. So in 80C, 80D it was individual HUF. Will non-resident get 80C, 80D? But non-resident will not get the deduction of 80D. You understand? 80C it was self, spouse, children. 80D it was self, spouse, dependent children one category and parents another category. Here, who are the family members whom you are maintaining? This is that person who is suffering from disability. Spouse. Own, of course. It can be your parents. It can be your children. And for the first time, this chapter is also going to introduce your siblings, that is your brother and sister will also be covered if you are maintaining them, because we said disabled family member, no. And in case of HUF, HUF is very cool always. I love HUF in this regard, at least it is not complicated thing. It is not complicating things. So in case of HUF, it is going to be any member, any member, any member. Understood? These are the people who are suffering from disability. And what are you doing? What are you doing? Spending on their maintenance or insurance policy. That means, can I say this person has to be suffering from? See, if you yourself are disabled, you don't have to come here. If you yourself are disabled, you go to 80U. But when your family member is disabled and you are maintaining your family member, you will come. You understand? So, Mr. X has a wife who is disabled. Now, don't say, sir, everyone's wife is disabled. No, I don't say, I am telling you in advance. Sir, Mr. X has a wife who is disabled. Will he get 80DD? Mr. X is resident. Will he get 80DD? If he is non-resident, then no. Now, he is resident, so he will get 80DD. He is paying for his wife. Will he get 80DD? That wife is disabled, yes. Will he get 80DD? Yes. Wife is non-resident. Will he get 80DD? Yes, because non-resident spouse is also spouse as long as it is your spouse. Mr. X is paying disability expenses for neighbor's wife. Wife and spouse. But it has to be own. As long as it is your spouse, resident or non-resident is okay, but you have to be resident. Next, Mr. X ki that wife. Non-resident is fine. Mr. X's wife is independent. Still, no still. Because at the beginning of the section, I already told you it has to be dependent. Or if you expect me to write dependent, okay, common may I will write. Dependent. Brave. Are you understanding? It has to be DD. DD matlab? Disabled and dependent. Can they be non-resident? Yes. You have to be resident. They can be non-resident, but they have to be disabled and dependent. What are you doing? You are incurring expense to maintain them. Correct hai? How much will be your deduction? The quantum is going to be a flat deduction. So for a change, this time this is not A or B, whichever is lower. This is one fixed direct amount. We saw the same thing where 80U, 75, 125. All right, ladies and gentlemen. If the disability is normal disability starts at 40% and goes up to 79, 89, 89. Or if it is severe disability which starts at 80 up to infinite, the deduction in case of normal disability will be rupees 75,000 and in case of severe disability will be rupees 1,25,000 flat. Sir, these amounts appear familiar, sir. We have seen this somewhere, sir. Where, sir? Same 80U. Just the difference is that if the disabled himself is claiming, then it will be 80U. But if the maintainer is claiming, then it will be 80DD. And there is one more difference. The difference is when you yourself claim 80U, you don't have to spend. But when the maintainer claims 80DD, maintainer has to spend. The spending can be 1 rupee or 1 crore rupee. Answer will remain same. Answer won't change. You spend 1 rupee, then also it is this answer. You spend 1 crore rupee, then also it is this answer. Deduction ka amount will not change, but you still have to spend at least 1 rupee here. In 80, you don't have to. And of course, see, if the disabled is having own income, then it is not dependent only. No, then 80 you will apply. And if the disabled is not having own income, then you are maintaining it is dependent, then 80DD will apply. So they are in any case mutually exclusive, only the amounts are same, flat deduction. Okay. So here also you need to have certificate from approved doctor and that certificate has to be in force, because if only calling myself pagal brings tax benefit, then cannot deduction. If only calling myself pagal bring tax benefit, then I belong to the Marwadi community. I have got no ego. I will go before my AO and do what? You forgot that? You need to have that much knowledge that you can prove yourself pagal. You need to be intelligent to prove yourself pagal or to prove your family member pagal. Pagal, pottan, what do you call? Same. And obviously, that DD will not get 80U if the maintainer is taking 80DD. You have common sense. Supposingly one person is suffering from disability. That person is claiming 80U and his family member is claiming 80DD. Means one disabled, 2 deductions. The income tax people are saying, you think we are 80U? If that person is dependent, then take 80DD for the maintainer. And if that person is having own income independent, then take 80U. For one person's disability, you cannot be having 2 deductions. Is that clear, everyone? Once a CA final student asked me, sir, what if in my house there are 2 pagals and I am maintaining both of them? Is that possible, first of all? Bro, you look at you and your sibling, so you'll come to know that is very much possible. Correct? Eh? Then in that case, there are 2 people who are disabled. Now here the amounts written are flat. So they have not said per annum or per person or anything like that. So that way, if I am maintaining 1, I will take 75. But if I am maintaining 2, I should take 75 for each one, 150. But when you will file your income tax return, so that way this is not something which is written in the act, but if you file your income tax return, And while filing the return, if you see, you enter any amount more than 125. 125 also they are permitting in the software, assuming that maybe it is severe disability. But if you are writing any amount over 1,25,000, the software will reject your income tax return. They will say that you are not allowed to have an amount more than 125 in this column, which simply means that the law intends not to give you total benefit of more than this much. That also 125 if there is some severely disabled guy, otherwise it is going to be 75 only. So if by chance you have two disabled whom you are maintaining, so you won't be able to take 125, 125, 250 or 75 plus 75, 150. You'll be able to take only one of them, either 75 or 125. Sir, so how to exploit the other's disability? The people who are paying you, from some of them, get payment for the other guy. Divert your incomes in the names of family members, so that one of them can be shown as independent and you claim 80U in that person, and the other you are maintaining and claim 80DD. Is a free tax planning advice which I usually don't give, but if I am in the zone, in the mood, I may give at times. Tax planning is not covered in the batch admission. You have a lot to learn from me other than tax. I get paid only for direct tax, that is also too less. So tax planning advice, bro, some other day. But once in a while, if I am in the zone, if I am in the mood, I may probably give you some tax advice here and there. So ladies and gentlemen, claim 80U in one and claim 80DD in the other is how you can make maximum, optimum utilization of disabled. You heard of optimum utilization of resources. This is optimum utilization of disabled. That's your section 80DD, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go next. Section 80DDB. B series is health related. Here you have incurred expenditure for treatment of specified diseases. Expenditure for treatment of specified diseases. See, small cases like cough, cold, fever, etc. 80D will take care. You take health insurance, insurance company will reimburse your hospitalization bill, and health insurance premium ka you are taking tax benefit. And in case of senior citizen not having insurance, we are allowing you hospital bill deduction also. We've seen that in it. Hospitalization expenses will be allowed, provided it is resident senior citizen not having insurance. But then, those are only small diseases. This time, the taxpayer or a family member is suffering from some big disease. The diseases are so big that some of them ka spelling also we may not know. For example, there is a disease called hemophilia. Some biological books write HAE, hemophilia also. We are not here to learn that spelling. Hemophilia is basically inability of your blood to clot. Okay. See, supposingly you have a cut, your blood will start flowing. After a point, it will thicken and stop flowing. That is basically a clot, which stops blood from flowing. We usually put turmeric because turmeric creates that clot and does not then prevents your blood from further flow. But if your blood does not have that ability to clot, it will keep on flowing. There is limited blood supply in the body. And blood loss is one of the biggest reasons behind loss of life in cases of accidents and emergencies. Hemophilia is your blood is so thin that it does not clot. You are suffering from a disease called thalassemia. English. Thalassemia. Sorry, thalassemia is of two types, thalassemia minor and thalassemia major. Thalassemia minor you and me can have unless and until we undergo a blood test. We will never know if we are thalassemia minor. Any healthy person can have thalassemia minor. But if the father and mother both have thalassemia minor, then it is probable, it is likely that the child has got thalassemia major. Thalassemia major means blood replacement in the body every 15 days. Blood will leave your body. So people say that when you are getting married, don't check the kundli first, check thalassemia first. Thalassemia. These are big diseases. We are not talking about cough, cold anymore. We are talking about a disease called dementia. What is this? Partial or total memory loss. You remember a few things, you have forgotten most things. And every time I explain the meaning of this disease in front of CA students, their reaction to this is, sir, dementia? Sir, when we forget things? Sir, because now if I ask you the perquisite valuation of motor car, now if I ask you 35 AD, if I ask you scientific research, if I ask you some question on capital gain, पूछो छोड़ना, so you'll realize, sir, dementia, partial or total memory loss. If you are suffering from replication of unwanted cells in your body, wait, replication of unwanted cells, you need only RBC and WBC. Red blood cells and white blood cells, and those cells also is wrong. They are known as red blood corpuscles, something like that, but we keep it short. But there are unwanted cells, cancerous growth, cancer, acquired immunodeficiency syndrome. Full form malum tha? You are aware of the full form? You didn't know? Acquired immunodeficiency syndrome. You didn't know the full form? This is basic knowledge. Not that if you would have said yes, then I would have said, ha, it is yours, therefore you know it. It is basic knowledge. The immune system of the body becomes so weak that it is unable to fight with basic diseases, and for people are vulnerable, and unfortunately decades after decade we still have no cure for this disease called acquired immunodeficiency syndrome. You are suffering from any of these diseases, we are no longer talking about cough, cold, fever. So when you are suffering from these diseases, your hospitalization expenses are going to be massive. In a big way, it is possible that your insurance coverage may not even be able to cover you in all this. We are going to give you tax benefit of the expenditure incurred in these diseases, because we are talking about expenditure related deductions. We are still in that. See, other deductions are over, and in income related only one double J double A is left. We have finished QQB, no? We just have to do 80 JJAA. All other sections are expenditure related. You have to spend something. So you are spending for treatment of these diseases. Which assessee is going to be eligible? Once again, resident individual or resident HUF. Resident individual, resident HUF. So 80D, D and DDB. DD and DDB are only for resident individual, resident HUF. This time the treatment can be for self. See, in 80DD I can't write self. If self is disabled, it is not 80DD, it is 80U. But treatment of these diseases can be for self also. And of course the others. Spouse, parents, children and siblings. And in case of HUF, any member suffering from disease, and is this person has to be dependent on. This person has to be dependent. So it is dependent spouse, dependent parent, dependent children, dependent sibling, or dependent member of HUF. I can't, of course, in front of self write dependent self, which means you are independent. So you have to be resident. But observe carefully, the dependent may or may not be resident. Is it okay if the dependent is non-resident? Hello? You have to be resident. They can be resident or non-resident, but they have to be dependent. And again, previous section or this section, they have to be dependent relatives, but in that also your grandchildren, grandparent, father-in-law, mother-in-law, they are not covered. Only your own spouse, parents, children and siblings, biologically. Is that clear? Fantastic. If I am incurring this expense, what is going to be my quantum of deduction? 80DD was the very easy flat deduction, 75 and 25. Here there is a calculation based deduction. There are two steps. Step number 1, we will calculate something called qualifying amount, and we have done this before. We have done this in 80 QQB. We first calculate qualifying amount. Actual, 15%, forex fraud, whichever is lower. So This is not new to you. Qualifying amount is first going to be actual expense. Are you incurring treatment of these diseases? So will there be expense? And for that expense only we are giving you deduction. Actual expense or rupees 40,000, whichever is lower. Actual expense or rupees 40,000, whichever is lower, will be what? Not your deduction, will be your qualifying amount. However, if your, once again, ladies and gentlemen, observe this: patient, 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 not you, not you. You who you? This. But when we talk about patient, this can be any of this, which includes yourself also. But it can be other people also. It can be these people. It can be the member here. You can be resident, individual resident HUF. This condition is not for you. This condition we check, just like in that hospitalization expenses, we check your patient. Here also we are checking your patient. If your patient is a resident senior citizen, whenever we have higher benefit for senior citizen, in all such cases, whether TTB, whether ATD or whether ATDDB, everywhere it has to be not senior but resident senior. In that case, the qualifying amount, the maximum threshold won't be 40,000. It will be actual expense or rupees 1 lakh, whichever is lower. That means our deduction ka amount is not changing. Our maximum limit, it has to be restricted to actual expense. Actual expense is 20,000, your answer is 20. Actual expense is 60,000. Then case 1 mein your answer is 40, but case 2 mein 60. Actual expenses is 6 lakh. Then case 1 answer is 40, case 2 answer is 1 lakh. Actual or 40, actual or 1 lakh. And for 1 lakh, we will see not you, but the dependent. For example, your parents. It is possible that you are 40, parents 60. 1 minute. Your age is 40 years. Your parents age 60 years. And if nothing is mentioned, means we are talking about residents. Possible hai? You are incurring this expense for your resident parents, senior citizens. So what will be the limit? Limit I am asking. So actual or 1 lakh, whichever is the limit wala amount only I am asking. 1 lakh. Hey, but you are only 40 years. But we have to check the patient. Is that clear? Correct? Patient is father, 60 years, resident. So 1 lakh. Patient is father, 60 years, non-resident. So deduction allowed, but limit will be 40,000, because non-resident cases we don't get higher limit, but we do get deduction. But if you are non-resident, then deduction only will go away, because here you have to be resident. If you are non-resident, then the deduction will go away. Ye clear hai? And in step number 2, we will calculate your deduction. Take your qualifying amount as computed above, which was limited to 40,000 or 1 lakh depending upon case. Sometimes it is possible that in respect of your medical expenses, you receive some reimbursement. From whom? Sometimes some employers tell their employees. Some employers tell their employees that you are working for a very low amount, no problem, but in case you have any medical emergency, I will take care of it. Some. So do you understand, based on that promise, the employer is going to pay a part of your medical bill? Is that reducing your expense? Then reduce from deduction also. And sometimes you will get reimbursement, not from employer, but from insurance company, because you have medical insurance. So is that also reducing your expense? So you subtract all of this, and after subtracting, what you are left with is going to be considered as your deduction. This calculation, you are so comfortable with it. Bola, ha sir, understood that I am getting it back, therefore reduce, therefore deduction. This calculation is rubbish, disgusting, nonsense, stupid, wahiyat, baseless, meaningless. Calculation cannot be customer, the one who wrote it. That is in reference to humans, not objects. Law. People refer to places. in that regard. I had gone to once of a country called Seychelles. Seychelles is a country between India and Africa. वो मैप के ऊपर 4 or 5 times if you zoom, no, then only that country will be visible. It is known for the best beaches in the world. तो वहाँ पे there was some adventure walk which you had to do. We were told that you'll get to see wild animals. We saw few rats only in that entire 2 hour का walk. I told my wife we go on a holiday to relax. So holiday का जो energy draining you are doing, where to relax with respect to this, I don't understand. Then at the exit they had kept a register, customer feedback. And I knew that most visitors in that country are Indians. So sir, any comments you would like to give? I wrote my name only, real name. And then in Hindi, in Devanagari script, which of course foreigners or that country ka people may not understand. I said that I don't know writing in English, I can only speak little English, so can I write the comment in my country's language? I wrote, dash jagah hai, mat jao, in that register, in reference to places we are using. So what do I do, bro? 2 hours you wasted my energy, I would have done so many better things. Time, energy both gone. That also in foreign country. It was expensive vapas. Bro, how to, remove your frustration? This calculation is somewhat like that. After I will tell you what happened, because you haven't noticed. You just thought, okay, sir, reimbursement, so minus. No, sir. Supposingly, I incur below an expense of 10 lakh hospital bill. See, look at the diseases once again. You realize 10 lakh is a very normal amount, if I say so. 10 lakh expense you have incurred. From that you are insured, so insurance company gave you 8 lakh rupees. That means 10 lakh went and insurance ka 8 lakh came. So what is your net cost from pocket? 2 lakh. That 2 lakh should have been restricted to 40,000 or 1 lakh if they wanted to keep it restricted. What they have done is 10 lakh will be restricted to 40,000. Look at the calculation. Step 1, actual expense will be restricted to the limit. So my actual hospital bill of 10 lakh, 15 lakh, 20 lakh, these are big diseases, will be restricted to 40. And if there is little chance that my employer or my insurance company has given me some reimbursement of more than 40,000 or 1 lakh, so this deduction is of no use to me. This deduction is useful only for someone who does not have employer bearing your medical expense or insurance. Otherwise, you won't get anything. And even if you get, it can never in life be more than 40 or 1 lakh, because first step only we are restricting to 40 or 1 lakh. Now you know why I said what I said. By the way, I did not say anything. You all understood without me saying anything. A big nonsense, loophole, stupidity in the law. But no worries. One day when I become the finance minister of the country, very soon, it's a matter of time, talks are going on, announcement can come at any time. I will still, now we are single digit lectures away from, so after, if you count today's day, so after today we have to meet 6-7 times, that's it. 6-7 times, may not be that much also if I take longer hours on some other days as well. At least 3 days in a week I am capable of taking. The other 3 days I have some commitment. So it may not be those many days. Don't hide your smile. I know you are internal. It is clearly written all over your face. Yes, gone. Don't make it so obvious. I have that message loud and clear long ago. But the best part about all good things or bad things, one day they all come to an end. I said good or bad. Now I leave the choice to you. They have to come to an end. Matlab they have to come. Don't cry today. I'll tell you. Last lecture, 10 minutes. Cry. Anyone? Cry. Laugh. And even if she cries, he's like, sir, khushi ke aasu, tears of joy. I'll keep a 10-minute slot. Okay? Ladies and gentlemen, you understand why I said what I said. This calculation is absolute. Nonsense. But that's how it is. So actual expense restrict to the limit, and then if there is any reimbursement, reduce it. That's your section 80. D, D, B. Your D series was medical related. Now clear. C was investment. D was medical insurance, maintenance, medical related. Now we come to the E series. In the E series, we have four sections: 80E, 80EEA, 80EE actually, 80EEA, and 80EEB. They are all deduction for interest expenditure. Are we doing expense related deduction? Means there has to be outflow from your pocket. You have taken a loan, then only you will have interest. What loan? 80E is talking about education loan. For education loan, before today we have not given any deduction in any section. 80EEB is talking about loan for purchase of electric vehicle. You know, all the government plans and what government wants to do, no, they have actually covered it. It is this deductions ka chapter basically reflecting government intentions. What they want to encourage, they will give you tax benefit for this. So loan for electric vehicle, loan for buying electric vehicle will be covered in 80EEB, and these two are interest on home loan. So now I have one very important clarification to give to you. As far as these two are concerned, these two have not come anywhere till now. But as far as home loan is concerned, we have already seen it somewhere. Home loan ka principal was covered in ETC, interest nahi. But interest was also covered somewhere else. That means as far as these are concerned, there has not been any deduction so far. And here we will give deduction. So let me make it clear. We are giving you deduction of the interest part. In case it is still not clear, so let me make it clear to you. Your EMIs contain two components, principal and interest. That makes your EMI. The deduction here is only of interest. There is no deduction for the principal part. Is that clear? So as far as these two are concerned, only interest will be allowed and only at one place. But now keep home loan in your mind. Home loan EMI also has both parts, principal and interest. Home loan cases, principal is covered somewhere, not here. This is very clear. Not here, but principal is covered somewhere. Where? ATC. That is also fine. In any case, this series is only to give deduction for interest. But there is now one doubt, sir. Home loan mein interest also is already covered. House property. So while doing EE and EEA, I will obviously tell you which interest will come in house property, which interest will come here. You are thinking only about that big difference. Don't you see one more thing to be explained, sir? If both are home loan, then how are they different? Shouldn't that also be a query? Your query was only about comparison between house property and chapter 6, sir. Where will interest go, here or there? Principal has only one place. Which place? ATC. And for education and EV to principal, there is no tax benefit also. We are giving tax benefit only for interest. So let's be clear. Education loan, principal, no tax benefit, interest here. EV loan, principal, no tax benefit, interest here. Home loan, principal, ATC, only one place, still no problem. And interest, three places. House property, EE and EEA. So that home loan interest, what will go where, I will explain. Principal has only one place. And other two loans, the principal has no place. Everything will be explained. But are you clear that this entire series, this is very, very important, because I have seen CA final exam ke andar questions where they asked repayment of principal of education loan, and students have actually given 80 deduction in their solution, which ultimately turned out to be absolutely wrong, incorrect. Are you understood kya, bro? 100%? 100% clear? So please make sure you are clear that this deduction is only for interest. There is no deduction for everyone. Is absolutely clear, crystal clear, fantastic. Let's learn the sections one by one. First, section 80E, interest on education loan. You don't know about the concept of education loan because you are pursuing a course called Chartered Accountancy. Eh? If by chance you would have gone to a course like medical, still you become doctor, you save lives. Sensible. Engineering, not even education. But lakhs of rupees engineering colleges are charging. MBA. See, MBA you can do in a few thousand rupees also. You every lane you will find one MBA college. So therefore, in the case of MBA, there is always a question where you did it from. And if you want to do it from a good place, you will need education. I told you about Indian School of Business, ISB, Hyderabad, 1 year MBA. My brother did 1 year MBA, 43 lakh rupees. And before that, he did civil engineering, that carpentry, civil engineering. And doing MBA after engineering is as mandatory as doing Shraddh after death. Now, these days, all engineers have become founders. They all want to have their own startups. He also started one, but he's doing really good in that. Crazy. He has, I told you, no, he has Sunil Shetty, KL Rahul, they are his investors. Because Shark Tank is only a public show. These 4 or 5 people have become famous. But there are people who are doing private equity participation since many, many years. A lot of celebrities, once they accumulate some wealth by their acting or cricket or anything, then they are, you often see them not in the limelight, not in the picture, but they still have a very good lifestyle because they are running businesses with their investments. All you have to do is people will come with business ideas to you, and believe me, see, after becoming CA also, see, this also as a career opportunity. Maybe work for 5-10 years, accumulate 2-3 crore rupees at the end of 10 years, and then people keep on coming with business proposals. You invest 5 lakh in one business, 10 lakh, whether that business is good or not, what will be the future inflow, what will be the present value, that capital budgeting of that business, that 5 years later, today I am investing 10 lakh rupees, 5 years later, what will be the worth of that brand and what will be the share of my equity, I will get an exit at what point. You can make that as that people have made that a career now, provided you have some investable funds at the beginning. Some people who don't have funds also, they actually run private equity companies. They take funds of investors and invest in companies because you know where to invest, where not to invest. So start a private equity fund. People who have spare money will become your subscribers, like unit holders or shareholders. That money, you have knowledge, no, don't use your money, use people's money to invest in people's business. Make profits from people's business, people's money, but you are making the profits and distributing only whatever you want to. And as a manager, take a big fat paycheck. You can make these investments. He did MBA to start his own company now, but for that 43 lakh rupees ka fee, of course he had to take education loan, which he is still paying. 43 lakh rupees a middle class Indian family cannot bear. And I did ask him that if I count my CA becoming cost, that in that much fees I would have become CA 40 times at least. 40 students will become CA, that is the fees of one student. You'll say that, sir, they have very small batch size, 20-30 students only in one batch. Sir, only 50 students in one batch. Sir, in CA coaching classes, though, like cockroaches, students are filled, like 50, 100, 200 students sitting in one. And believe me, our classroom still has much better infrastructure. The seats are cushioned, so many hours you have to sit. No, you still don't have issues. We used to sit on wooden benches, and that bench ka size in which 4 people are sitting, in present day, in that much place, we used to be at least 8 to 9 people sitting. No place to keep our bags, no place to keep our books. Our textbooks we used to share between 2 people because on the bench there was no place to keep textbooks for everyone. And like thick wood benches in the evening, there used to be immense pain. And if you touch the bench, it is warm, garam garam. Believe me, and we used to sit like cockroaches, 250 people in one classroom. I told you about story of catching that place, going early and catching place only to sit, because otherwise finding a place to sit in the class was a very, very difficult task. And they have only 30-40 people, bro. They are charging crazy amount of fees. Why do you think IIMs have small batch size? Why don't they want to increase it? Demand is to there, no? Because they are charging good fees. They are not greedy then thereafter. You require education loan to pursue all of that. UCA is the only professional course in the country which does not require education loan. Next time you get the feeling, no sir, what am I doing with my life? What is happening every morning, evening? So I mean, not understanding only what is happening, which I know you are feeling right now also. Plus, sir, 12 to 8, you are saying it is only 12:50 now. I am to waiting fast. Chal na, not moving only. How slow. 1.5x. This does not work by 1.5x. Problem है ना. Remember, you have not taken any education loan. Try any other professional degree in commerce or science. And science ka theek hai, we don't discuss. Once you are in commerce, let's talk about commerce. Try any other professional degree with equal statutory powers. Bro, there is no professional degree with the same statutory power. Not a single degree. And there is no professional degree that can happen at this cost. If next time when an influencer tells you that why are you doing CA, don't do CA in 2024. Do the following foreign courses without telling what is your educational qualification. You have to be educationally qualified. No? You can't be a 10th dropout and then tell people that do ACCA, CPA. Give your qualification, no, Didi. Didi is not giving her qualification. Say. We live in a country where 9th fail ministers are actually giving orders to IAS officers. And then anything can happen. है ना? ठीक है, that is the statutory power. Minister है तो they can give orders to the officers working under them. Here we live in a country where our youth is taking career choices, making career choices, not on the basis of what parents or teachers want to say, but on the basis of what somebody with a few followers on social media, we call them influencers. Sahi hai, bro. Great direction the country is going. CA is the only course which you may not come across education loan, but you will certainly have. Every CA has one engineer sibling. तो CA फाइनल में है किसमें? When? May में फाउंडेशन. So that happens to be my next to next batch, no? अरे इंटर में माई सब्जेक्ट विल कम, नो, तो मे में फाउंडेशन, तो मतलब अभी माई नेक्स्ट बैच विल बी January 26. तो आफ्टर दैट तो फाउंडेशन में, नॉट ईयर, फाउंडेशन में इधर नहीं. डोंट टेक द नेम, लिप्स, सेल्फ स्टडी. अच्छा, इंटर में यू हैव रिकमेंडेड माय वीडियो लेक्चर्स, बुक्स आल्सो. दैट इज व्हाट इज लाइफ में. और क्या है? what else do you want in life? And ये best place है. Here you may not have any expectation of 194H also. How? मतलब in your own household you only have to pay the fees. How will you take commission from yourself? है ना? सही. But generally it is seen that chartered accountants have one engineer sibling या MBA or anything like that doing one expensive. Then the younger one always does an expensive course. ये general observation I'm telling you. Believe me, ladies and gentlemen, education is very, 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 very expensive, other than CA, of course. And for those education courses, you have to take loans. And when you take the loan, you will have to pay the EMI, of course, with principal and interest. Tax benefit we will give. We at the outset make it clear only of the interest. But home loan is the only place where principal comes, that also 80C, not here. But other loans like education and EB, it is only the interest with the following conditions. First, this deduction will be only for individuals. So now you see how the chapter is adding twists and turns at places. This time it is only individual. This education loan can be taken for self spouse or children. So you take education loan for your spouse or for your children. The person who is paying the EMI will get the deduction. Hello? Of what? Of the interest. I one more time make it clear that principal is not eligible for deduction. Deduction is only for क्या हुआ क्या है? Deduction is only for interest, not क्या पागल है? CA deduction is only for interest, not for principal. Next, you have to be pursuing higher education after class 12. Now see, in Mumbai, after 10th, we have college. We have 5 years college. 11th, 12th is junior college. And then we have 3 years degree college like rest of the country. Like, but do you know that rest of the country, in fact, CBSE boards, etc., till 12th standard people go to school. And then they have only 3. So ultimately it is 12 plus 3 only. And in Mumbai, we follow 10 plus 2 plus 3, total 15 years. New educational policy, I have heard they are making it 16. That also has reason. Because when you want to take admission in any foreign university, they require 16 years of schooling. So I have seen lot of CA students of mine who became chartered accountants, but South Mumbai, extremely well-to-do background, and to learn their family business, they wanted some foreign course. So they actually pursued MCom only because that BCom is not fulfilling that foreign requirement of 16 years. I have seen my students do MCom masters only for this reason. That foreign education mein 16 years was required. So I think new policy ke andar they are making, I'm not 100% sure about it. This education has to be after class 12. So we are talking about pursuing a professional degree. No one takes loan for school. You see, you take school on the basis of your budget. You don't take school admission on the basis of loan, obviously. So we are talking about higher education after class 12. There is no monetary limit, bro. Or in simple language, you can say whatever is your actual interest paid will be fully allowed. Actual interest paid will be fully allowed. Absolutely no monetary limit. Actual interest paid will be fully allowed. In lot of sections you see A or B, whichever is lower. In some you see flat, but that flat itself is like a limit only. No, you can't get more than that. Here you pay any amount of interest, we will fully allow. And there is logic in this. Please understand. Education loan is the only loan which does not start with immediate repayment. If I take car loan, supposingly I take car loan of 4 lakh rupees, and my EMI is 8,000 rupees. Example, EMI is 8,000. My bank will disburse only 392, stating that at the time of disbursement we have deducted your first EMI. They have a concept called advance EMI. First installment they deduct and give you, and then every month you have to give 8,000. Home loan works same, but education loan is not like that. For example, my brother did MBA, 1 year MBA, so it was that academic year 18-19. So at the beginning of April 2018, when that academic year started, April 18 to March 19, April 2018, he took his education loan where the bank paid money to the institution. Had it been any other loan, he would have to pay EMIs immediately. But education loan, it's a student, does not have money to pay EMIs. Education loan will not start, we will not start repayment immediately. We will wait for your course to get over. In March 19, when his course got over, he took campus placement. His salary started is when his EMI started. EMIs will not start immediately. First of all, is that clear? Okay. Then what happens is, starting my first job will pay you less salary. So you pay only that fixed EMI which you have agreed. But as you go to the 3rd, 4th, 5th year of your job, you get massive salary hike. You know, first boost after 5 years, second after 10 years, and after 15 years, so you are like a boss only. First 5 years are very critical and very, very troublesome because you are qualified, still not well settled. But after 4 5 years, when salaries increase substantially and your day-to-day consumption expenses are not proportionately increasing, you still have some disposable cash. So these employees actually then increase their EMIs so that they can settle the loan faster. Starting may your capacity will be lower, but later it will increase. This feature is only in education loan. See, home loan, car loan is not going to change your income, but education will change your income. So people start paying higher amounts faster once they cross a certain number of years in their job. So if you want to increase your EMIs and settle your loan faster, we appreciate that without putting any monetary limit. So you pay 1 lakh interest, you'll get deduction of 1 lakh. You pay 1 lakh principal and you will get deduction of nothing. You pay 3 lakh interest, you'll get deduction of 3 lakh. Bloody hell, you pay 30 lakh ka interest, you'll get deduction of 30 lakh. Only interest, no principal. But this deduction is only for 8 years, where the 8 years will be counted from the year of starting repayment. Plus 7 further years. Year of start of repayment plus 7 further years. Means total 8 years. So true or false, education loans have to be repaid within 8 years. False. You can repay for as much time, but after the 8th year, you won't get deduction. Here, we continue the theory that we put in the previous point. Sir, starting mein he will have less money, he will pay lower EMIs. After the 3rd, 4th, 5th year, employees themselves volunteer to increase their EMIs because they want to get done with the loan fast and their salaries are permitting them. So while we are not keeping any monetary limit, we assume now that in 8 years, you are having enough salary that you will finish off your loan. So if you want to increase your EMIs, we will very well give you the tax benefit without putting any limits. If we put limit of not more than 2 lakh, then we can't put limit of 8 years. And we want to finish the deduction in 8 years. Then during those 8 years, pay any amount of interest. And believe me, after the 3rd, 4th year, people actually pay huge amounts of EMIs. They pay and they make advance prepayment of their loans because they have that surplus cash available with them and finish off their loans. This is how it works. And therefore, this time they are not putting any limit on amount. They are putting the limit on number of years. Clear hai? Next. Section 80 EE and section 80 EEA. Interest, once again, interest on home loan. I will very clearly explain what is the agenda while doing these two sections. My agenda, of course, is to tell you the deduction of these two sections. My agenda also contains two things. One, if home loan interest is already covered in house property, then what is coming? Principal is not in my agenda because principal has only one dedicated place. It is not coming here. Where will it go? 80C. If something is going in house property, it is coming here again. And then the difference between these two also I have to explain. So are you clear what exactly I have to explain? But what I don't have to explain is I am not talking about principal because principal is already covered. Obviously, both are home loan, so there will be some common points. What I will do is the common points I will write here at the center, and the different points I will write under the respective section. So the similarity differences will be very clear. If you want to know the history, I can tell you the history because the history is from 2016 till date. So someone who has spent 1.5 decades with this subject only as a teacher, plus you add the 2-3 years as a student separate, I know what has happened over the years. Budget by budget. A lot of amendments I remember budget wise also. That this came in this year, this came in that year, this came in that year, this came in that year. As long as you are speaking with students, no, they are not interested in knowing which budget what came, because ultimately they are interested in today's law. But of late, I am catering to a lot of gatherings of members, where members of ICAI chartered accountants are listening to me. And for them, these are, age-old, outdated provisions to keep them interested. When I link the pieces, at 2018 budget this happened, then 19 this happened, then 20 this happened, finally 21 you see this. Finally see this is what is happening in the 25 ka bill. Finally see this is what will happen. They are able to link these provisions budget by budget. And if I also tell you the history behind these two sections, you will be able to have a relation between them, because the main problem is, sir, how can there be two sections on the same? Already there is confusion, sir. House property it was already covered. Now plus you are giving two sections. So the history goes like this. This section was introduced by auntie, uncle Jetli ji in 2016 budget. And this was introduced by auntie in 2019 budget. This was her first budget. When uncle brought this, uncle said you have to take home loan in this financial year, then you are eligible. Listen to me, huh? Listen to me. That means anybody who has to come under 80 EE can be only someone who took loan in this financial year, 16, 17, 16, 17, 16, 17, 16. Anybody taking loan today can never go here. This section one from the first day had a sunset clause. So sunset means after this date, this section can't be taken. And that was the same financial year itself. But I have a query for you. After this date, are we clear that no new people can come here? But can the existing people continue? Yes! If I have taken loan in this financial year and I am fulfilling all the other conditions, then this deduction I can get for many years, including today's year 24-25. The restriction was in taking entry in the section. The restriction was that the loan should be sanctioned in this financial year. Deduction you will get till the time this repayment is going on of interest, no? Ultimately expenditure related deduction. Pay interest, get deduction. So deduction will come till the time you are paying. But your entry should have been in the year 16, 17. So Jetli ji gave how much time? 1 year. Now when auntie came, auntie also wanted to, show the world that I am doing something new, different, better. Jetli ji brought new GST law, so I will bring new income tax. Competition is going. So auntie wanted to show the world I am also doing something. So auntie said anybody taking loan in 1920 will be covered here. Because she brought the amendment only in 19 ka budget. Auntie, you could have simply changed the year here. That after 16, 17, nobody is eligible. 80 EE is still a part of the law. But those who have taken loan are continuing. New people can't go. So auntie amend and say now new people can go. Auntie is like, nah. If I amend Jetli ji's section, then people won't know what he did, what I did. I want people to compare both of us, so that I can show the world I am such a nice lady. I am so better than Jetli ji. And therefore, this will remain as it is. Of course, new people cannot go. Those who have gone will remain. And now new people take loan in this year. Everyone is with me? But then that budget came in July. Only in a few months, 2020, March came. It was not even a complete year, election year. The auntie said that I am extending this. You can take loan in 2021 also. But then COVID came, second wave came. Auntie is like, I give one more. So anybody has taken loan in this period, then she did not extend. Thereafter, she did not extend. Anybody who has taken loan in this period will get deduction in my section. And from here, my comparison will start. Jetli ji, such a bad guy. Ganda. He gave how much time to take loan? He gave how much time? 1 year. I am giving you not 1 ka double. I am giving you triple, 1 ka triple. I will give you how much time to take loan? 3 years. And from now on, auntie is showing a comparison between herself and Jetli ji to prove to you that I am such a good lady. Jetli ji such a bad boy. So how do you prove? With data you will prove. Let us see what is the data given here. First, Whatever is common, there is no question of comparison, of course. This section is also only for individuals, both of them. The full E series is for individuals. This is your first house, bro. Now one doubt will be over here itself. This is your first house, and because it is your first house, it has to be. Bro, you don't take your first house to give on rent because you are already comfortable on the footpath. Don't forget, we are living in Mumbai. And Mumbai mein Salman's driver. Right. First house is SOP. So you will get limited interest. Take that limited deduction under section 24B. You will get limited deduction 30,000 or 2 lakh. Hello, 2 lakh. Take the modern limit 2 lakh. The excess will come here. Is it possible that your home loan ka interest is exceeding 2 lakh rupees, but you can get in SOP maximum? Suno, your interest is 2,30,000. Your interest is 2,30,000. If the house is LOP, no, then full 230 you will get in house property because LOP interest is unlimited. And if full interest you've already taken deduction over there, you don't need this, which is why this section is only for SOP. Which is why this section is only for SOP. Now, are you clear about that doubt? Sir, home loan principal has only one place. Which is the only place? ATC. So, no problem, no doubt. But for interest, I had a doubt, sir. Interest is already covered somewhere. Where? House property. Now, you know what will come here? In SOP cases, after taking SOP limit, if there is some balance remaining, the balance will come here. LOP cases can't come here because there is no balance remaining. And SOP also, if it is within limit, then you can't come here. The amount after SOP limit will come. The amount after SOP limit. I have written that. Excess will come under chapter 6. Is that clear? The excess will come in chapter 6. So that doubt is clear. And of course, between EE and EEA, what is the difference? That I already told you the whole story. No. Now the comparison will start. Ganda insan. Bad man and good lady. Now the comparison will start, bro. Now comparison. Comparison between auntie and uncle. Comparison between auntie and uncle will start. Everybody's ready? You all know this. I told you that in case of 80 EE, the loan has to be taken during the financial year 16-17. Loan has to be during the financial year 16-17, 16-17, 16-17, 16. Correct hai? So after 17, you can continue to take if you have taken the loan already in this year. But new people can't come. Correct hai? Then, ye uncle gave 1 year ka benefit. Uncle gave 1 year. See, if you want to give permanent benefit, no, then amend section 24 ka limit. Please understand. They don't want to give permanent benefit. Section 24 ka, if this limit gets extended, then it becomes permanent benefit for everyone. We want to give temporary benefit, that also limited people. There are more conditions coming. Therefore, we are keeping it here. So, if you take loan after 2017, you won't be eligible. But then suddenly comes who? Auntie, auntie. And auntie says, auntie kya? Police bulal? Kya? He only said something. Ye marega na. He is the one who quietly passes comments and then makes such an innocent face that you feel that, oh my God, poor boy, you want something to eat. You make that face. Because I want to give benefit in the upcoming fiscal year. If he wants to give permanent benefit, what did I tell you 1 minute ago? I don't want to give lifetime tax benefit. He wants to encourage investment in housing. This was also the time when property ka holding period was reduced from 36 months to 24 months to make investment in housing attractive. I am giving one temporary measure. Understood? Auntie took inspiration from that measure only. And in her mission to prove Jetli ji such a bad man, Auntie is now giving you triple benefit. How? Your loan can be taken during 1920, 2021 or 21, 22. So Jetli ji ka period is 1 year. She bad man. And auntie period is 3 years. What a nice girl. Girl matlab lady. Lady. Obviously she is not a girl. Such a nice lady, no? She has given you how much time to take loan? 3. Fantastic. Means auntie, can I say by now he's giving you triple benefit. 3 times of Jetli ji. Carry on. Next. What is going to be your quantum of deduction? The deduction here will be maximum rupees 50,000. See, this 50 is also after your 24. Supposingly, your total interest is 2,30,000. So, in section 24, you've taken 2 lakh. Remaining 30 within 30. Your total interest is 2,80,000. So, in 24, you will take 2 lakh. Remaining 80 will come here. Restricted to 50,000. That means Jetli ji. So, you are clear that we are bringing the excess here. On that excess, Jetli ji has kept a limit of 50,000. Correct, hai? But such a bad guy. I am such a nice lady. I am speaking from auntie's point of. I am speaking this from auntie ka POV. Bro, all this chichora, I don't believe in all this. Auntie is saying, auntie in the words of auntie, I quote, Jetli ji such a bad guy. I am such a nice lady. Jetli ji gives you deduction of. Am I doing triple? Such a nice lady. Such a nice lady. Auntie gave 3 years. Jetli ji gave 1 year. Maximum limit. Of course, maximum limit means after taking 24. So, if my total interest is 2,80,000, first I will take 2 lakh. House property. 80 in uncle ka section will be restricted to 50. But in auntie ka section, we can take full 80. Because limit is 150. In fact, if my interest is 3,50,000. So, 2 lakh gone. 150 in Jetli section, matlab uncle section, I can take only 50,000. But in auntie section, I can take full 1,50,000. Triple benefit. Triple. And any song which praises any auntie or something like that, praises any lady, any song? Konsa? That's what I'm asking. Any song which praises? Which song? Tell me the song, no? That is not Govinda, that is Kamal Hassan. Have you ever participated like this in the subject ever? Okay, auntie continues to prove Jetli ji a bad person. Carry on. Auntie ji says. Pehle Jetli ji says. Jetli ji says that this deduction will be given to you only if your loan is not exceeding rupees 35 lakh. Now understand, if they had to give a condition-free benefit of extra 50,000 and extra 150, they would have amended section 24. Somebody who has taken 3 crore ka home loan, I don't want to give this benefit. You take your 2 lakh ka benefit that I have. This benefit is for people who are taking lower amounts of loan for buying less expensive houses, small amounts of loan. So if your loan is up to rupees 35 lakh, in the next 1 year, Jetli ji announced this in the budget, in the next 1 year, anybody taking up to 35 lakh home loan will get extra tax benefit of 50,000. You will get tax benefit forever, but loan has to be taken in the next one. That also, loan should not be more than 35 lakh. Jetli ji gave 1 year, auntie gave 3 years. Jetli ji gave threshold. I am not saying deduction. Threshold. That also over and above house property. Jetli ji threshold 50,000. Anti-threshold triple 150. Then Jetliji put a restriction on the amount of loan. If you take a loan of 35 lakh and 1 rupee, you'll get your section 24. You won't get this. Auntie says, what a bad man. No such condition. Take any amount of loan. I will give you deduction. Such a bad guy. He gave you 1 year, I gave you 3 years. He gave you 50 threshold, I gave you 150. He has put a restriction on the amount of loan. I don't put any such restriction. I don't have to put any such restriction. Do you understand this? Then Jetliji says, the house that you have purchased, what are you going to do with the loan money? Acquire house. The value of that house should not be more than 50 lakh. Stamp duty value. Which income tax considers as market price. Though FMV is something different, but municipal corporation stamp duty value should not be more than. Now, do you understand? We are catering to people buying houses of small amounts, taking loans of small amount. Somebody who is taking a 5 crore ka house with a 3 crore home loan can still take his 2 lakh benefit of section 24, but can't take this benefit. They wanted to give this benefit for limited time, limited purpose, limited people. So Jetliji said, take loan in the next 1 year for extra 50,000 to promote housing. But Jetliji gave 1 year, bad guy. Auntie gave 3 years. Jetliji gave threshold of 50,000. Auntie made it triple, 1,50,000. Jetliji has put restriction on the amount of loan. You can't take loan more than 35 lakh. Equal to is okay. Auntie says, no sir. Jetliji says your house ka value should not be more than 50 lakh. Auntie says your house ka stamp duty value, actually here also you write first only, should not be more than 45 lakh rupees. I got this feeling that cause I'm losing all control. Wait, my patience is waning. Is this entertaining? Wait, your house ka stamp duty value should not exceed. You are all auntie's customers. Bro, if the loan ka amount is not there also, if property ka stamp duty value is 45 lakh, a bank won't finance more than 75-80% of them. So what is 80% of 45 lakh? 36 lakh. 36 lakh rupees ka loan you take at 8% per annum, because how home loans ka general range, it can be 8.5 sometimes if your papers are weak or something, but 8.5 ki range mein you get 36 lakh into 8% annual interest. It can never go to 3,50,000. This amount is of no use to me. Please understand. This 150 will be useful to me if my annual interest is 350. How? Because first 2 lakh will go in house property. House property. Then if I have more 150, then I am going to use this. It won't go only. Because if house ka value, the ripple effect, house ka value 45, the loan value will be lower. No one gives full finance. You don't have single month rupee, still you want house. Some down payment you will make. Home loan interest rates anyways in competition market. Home loan is the biggest product of the banking sector in our country. HL business they call it, HL. And if you buy office, for example, I purchased home, so it was HL. And when I purchased office, uska loan was, they call it NRP, non-residential property. Bankers say you speak, no banks, their executives, agents, Sir, HL business is the biggest business of Indian banking sector. They make more money over there than anything else, despite low rate of interest. Because home loan everyone takes. Not everyone buys office if they don't need. Home everyone needs. Commercial property, the interest rate is also higher. If by chance I have massive funds to prepay my loan, I will first prepay my office loan, that is 9.5% per annum. Same EMI with lower loan amount. So all banks have to be competitive in their home loan business. They can't be charging crazy interest rates. Therefore, already home loan and government also supports lower rate of interest for home loans. So your interest won't go only to 350. So this is of need. Achha, this also first she kept 1 year only. So because of COVID etc. she extended one by one. Then this real benefit we will never get. This she is keeping limit or not keeping limit. Doesn't matter because this is going to whitewash everything. So end of the day, there is one fixed characteristic of auntie's approach to the income tax law. Make the income tax law in favor of the government. Like literally ruin taxpayers. But still show that we are your favor. We are favorable to you. We are friendly. When we put so many points which visibly look taxpayer friendly, no one notices that one thing which is actually finishing off all the benefits. That has been the story. This section ka comparison basically shows the last 6 years almost now since 2019. Auntie's approach to income tax has always been anything which is against the taxpayers. She will project it, present it, serve it like that this is the best thing that is possible for you. This is like junk food. It is presented well, though it is not good for you. And same is your new taxation regime. Remember the amount 1,22,500. Most likely in tomorrow's lecture, I will be able to prove that with numbers to you. And of course, next year ka students ka that amount will increase to 2,32,500 because new regime ka as per the present budget amendment, the extra benefit is 110. So 122 plus 110, 232,500. But that is applicable for May 26, September 26, Jan 27 students. Not applicable to you guys. You guys do not have to study anything from this year's budget. I don't know if some of you all have taken, I made one PDF in my language, the way I write the law to make it simple, on the direct tax amendments in the finance bill of 2025. And then we had put up on social media that anybody wants that free PDF. So you can WhatsApp the office team and we will give that free of cost. Sir, you're such a nice guy, you're distribute. No. Office mein you will message, no? Your number will be saved, no, by then. Anyone messaging for any reason or no reason, hi, I want CA Inter books. First, we will not reply. Office team has instruction to first save the name of that person number, because if someone has sent you a WhatsApp message, that person must have saved your number first. Now you also save. Now next time you want to do any kind of marketing, you don't need to send messages to individual. This is the influencer story wala generation. You don't have to put too much of effort or hard work. Just put up WhatsApp stories and this generation is going to watch. But provided they also save your number, you also save their number. So you want anything free? WhatsApp our office team. Office team will first save your number. You never know, it may be useful then. So we distributed that PDF. Some of you all may have probably, I don't know if at all you follow me at any of the places, you would have probably seen it and taken the PDF from the office team. But just remember one thing, okay, for your knowledge, you want extra knowledge, good. Though you're not doing the additional question bank, you don't want exam knowledge, but you want extra knowledge. Appreciated. Knowledge is very important. but not applicable for your exam, this budget. Your applicable budget is 2024 ka budget. I am very, very clear about it. And still, if some of you all have not yet taken and you all want that PDF, so on the back cover of the book, the number is written. And I'll tell you one thing very clearly, that my office has instruction that you don't send marketing messages to anybody. Your job is to save numbers, put stories. This generation has enough free time. They watch by themselves. You don't have to put your efforts in sending individual messages. But if someone has inquired, I want books or then you follow up with them and make sure they buy. Till the time they don't buy, don't leave them. So if you message for free PDF, you won't get marketing messages. You'll get your PDF and your number will be saved. That's it. But if you ever inquire, sir, I want video lectures, then you have to buy. Till the time you don't buy, they won't leave you. Oh, bro, that much we have to do. Ultimately, we are sellers. And I don't do that. I am the teacher. The people who have to sell are handling it. Okay. So when are you messaging? Sir, my sister wants CA inter lectures. Pass to assumed है pass. Pass क्या है? चल ठीक है. You can take the PDF if you want. Just make sure that you don't study anything from it for your exam purposes. Are you all clear on this? Are you clear auntie's way of projecting things that are harmful for you as beneficial to you? There are some humans who have this characteristic. To a certain extent, I also do. That if I will have a conversation with you, I will make you do what I want. I'm very clear what I want from you. And I will make sure that I make you do that. But the conversation will be drafted in a way that when you do that, what I want, while doing it, you will feel that you are doing it for yourself. Make someone do what you want, but that person should feel that it is his or her need. Auntie has the talent. She will make you do what she wants, but show it that it is your favor. For example, new regime. And this is a very, very important personality skill that you guys should have. Because you'll force someone to do something for you, they may do it for a limited period or purpose. But if you want someone to do permanently what you want, then you have to make them first, you have to convince them that it is in their interest. Of course, I have multiple times told you that you have a lot to learn from me other than tax. I get paid only for tax, and that is also tax. है ना? Auntie has that characteristic, and new regime, I will prove it. She is forcing everybody in the country to move to the new regime. I am still hesitant. I am very clear, at least the financial year 24-25, which will get over now in the next couple of months, I will be filing my return under the old regime. Next year is 25-26, where the new budget will apply. The gap 230-500 is a very big gap. I will wait and watch. I will compare my both calculations and the probability of that in future as well, because somewhere you will be also taught that when you go to the new regime, coming back to the old regime is not going to be possible. It is going to be a permanent one-way traffic. Keeping that in mind, because today I may not have 3580 deduction, scientific research deduction, but I may have. But once I go and I don't have the right to come back, so should I take that risk? It is not about today's benefit, it is about the long-term benefit. And still, I will have to first convince myself that even if I am saving that tax of 230-500, which also next year, this year to 120-500, I am definitely not interested. If I am saving that tax of 230-500, what am I going to do with those funds is a very, very important decision before actually migrating to the new regime. If new regime gives me the freedom of coming back to old whenever I want, in some cases it does. We'll learn that case by case in the next chapter. If that freedom is available, okay, I can take a temporary risk, no problem. If I'll not like, I'll come back. But because of that one-way rule, I am a little hesitant as of now. With time, we will have to wait and watch. Now, it is no longer a bias You never know, couple of years from today, the new regime may really give you benefits. 230 to 500 maybe too less. But tomorrow, if it becomes 20 lakhs, then you never know. You may probably, I may say that it's better to go to the new regime. I may change this opinion. So I don't want to sound very, very strong as against also. Because once upon a time, I was very, very strongly against. नहीं न्यू रेजिम तो ठीक है, वो तो अभी भी है. I was very, very strongly a critic of paying for followers and having, a PR agency who is continuously putting about you. Quora mein people appoint PR agencies. What they do is they make 1,000, 2,000 accounts. Quora is a platform to ask questions. So they ask questions, who is the best direct tax faculty? And they only reply with different names, of course, to make it look natural. They, in some of the cases, they add names of other teachers also. It's basically an outsourced job given to a PR agency, and lakhs of rupees are being spent. Celebrities do that, understandable. They want to maintain their brand value so that they get advertisements, etc. But coaching classes ka teachers are doing it in CA coaching. YouTube followers, Instagram followers, Twitter ka followers. I was never active also. Little active on WhatsApp and YouTube. So last couple of years, CA inter students have forced me and made me so active on Instagram. I am never active on Instagram. And I have LinkedIn account. I have never logged in also. People say you are CA, you don't have LinkedIn account. Arey bro, what kind of a question is this? You are CA, you don't have LinkedIn account. So kya ICAI has tie up with LinkedIn? Mandatory to have LinkedIn, otherwise it will be professional misconduct. I don't have LinkedIn account. I was never a social media person. I have become off late. I was always against paid followers. I may not have done it as yet, ever. But you never know. Right now I am saying I have never done it. And in the evening I might do it. Because if that is how this generation, if that's how we take admissions, so bro, to hell with it. One day I will no longer say that pair Ranveer Allahabadiya for a podcast. But maybe some other influencer for some podcast. If that's the only way in which your admission can work. If quality is no longer required, if teaching is no longer required, if that is how it works, then let's work it that way. So I don't want to be a completely biased critic against new regime. Well, we will have to wait and watch. I can tell you the difference in numbers. Right now 120 to 500. One batch after you people also 120 to 500. Two batches after you people it will be 230 to 500. Is that clear? That was your EE and EEA ka comparison, taking us to section 18. Section 80 EEB. Once again, interest on loan for electric vehicle. Interest on loan for EV, electric vehicle. This deduction will also be only to individual. The actual interest that you have paid, or rupees 1,50,000, whichever is lower. So 80C 150, 80D 25 plus parents also count 25 only. Chalo, if you don't want to count 50, that still makes it 50,000. 80U some of your, if 80U chalo, but EV loan, home loan, all these tax benefits you are leaving for that 120 to 500. Just in case you don't understand, sir, to get that benefit you have to leave something also. So what you are going to leave is something that cannot be actually measured in rupees. If new regime is beneficial, the benefit can be shown in numbers. But if new regime is prejudicial, that prejudice cannot be measured with a number. The harm can be infinite. A deduction of special economic zone or 35 AD or scientific research, even if you don't talk about chapter 6A, it can be crores of rupees. Plus that one way, you are going to lose this. So if your interest is 2 lakh, 150 and 1 lakh, that is very normal, actual or 150, whichever is lower. But of course, there won't be any other deduction of this expense. No other deduction of this expense. Supposingly you are taking electric vehicle in your business, so that loan becomes like a business loan. Vehicle is being used in office work, not a personal car. Personal car, no tax benefit, but still we are giving you interest. But if it's business car, so we are taking depreciation also, we are taking fuel also, repair, maintenance, and interest also we will claim as PGBP deduction. So if you're taking here, you won't get there. Who will get this deduction? Who is not taking anywhere else. So if it's your personal car, you come here. If it is your business car, you take deduction in PGBP. Understood? And this loan has to be sanctioned during the period. This was also brought by auntie when she brought EEA. EEB was also together. EEA, EEB came together. She said 1st April 19 to 31st March 23. Now please understand. Here, first she kept 20. First draft it was 20. Then it was extended in the next two budgets. But this was from day one only 23. Because in 2019 she was aware. Yes, this is the future. But this is not the present. People are not yet buying EVs. People are buying EVs, but not as the government wants them to. Believe me, in the next decade, EVs are going to be the only vehicle category you will see next 10 years, 15 years, 20 years. Phasing out of existing petrol diesel vehicles will take time. Diesel vehicles are also not going out, despite fact that government is discouraging it big time. Diesel cars are at least 1 or 2 lakh more expensive compared to petrol cars. But whoever has purchased in the last 10 years, you're not going to throw away your cars. So it will take some time at least now for petrol cars. 2020, I purchased my new car. It was a petrol car, but somewhere at the back of my mind, I told myself, okay, maybe this is the last petrol car. Next will be EV. Because somewhere we are all clear, okay, now whatever we are using, we are using. Next vehicle, whatever we buy, two-wheeler or four-wheeler, it will be EV. 10 years, 15 years, these Arabic countries, UAE, etc., they are going to go bankrupt because their only source of revenue was to sell oil to the world. That also we were buying from the Arabic countries. And then when Russia-Ukraine war took place, so Russian oil, crude oil, nobody was buying. And when your stuff no one buys, you have to reduce prices. Russia offered it at a very low price to India, and India actually purchased it. And then one news anchor asked our external affairs minister, Mr. Jaishankar, why are you buying it, sir? We are getting it at low cost. What is your problem? Who you? You who? What a guy. What a guy. You should see our external affairs minister talking publicly. No one has the guts to argue with him. He is always ready with the correct and perfect answers. Excellent guy. I don't know whether you have heard him or seen him or know his familiar face to you, because he is a non-political guy. He was from Indian Foreign Services, UPSC exam clear. He was Indian ambassador in lot of countries. Now he is external affairs minister and he is in his second term. Mr. Subramaniam Jaishankar. Excellent guy. He said we get, in any case, we are aware, no, India has always had cordial relations with Russia and Russians. You are not aware of that? Indians have always been cordial. Tera kya bhai, Thailand. What is your problem? What is your problem? Bro, you maintain relations with whomsoever you want. Okay. Personal life, mein, nobody has the right to interfere as to how cordial I am with my neighbor or his wife. Personal life, mein, you are having the freedom to do whatever you want to. Jaishankar sir said, we got it at a low cost, we have purchased. But believe me, next decade, these Arabic countries, because their only source of revenue, Dubai ka people are very smart. They were aware of this at the beginning itself. And therefore, they have developed tourism. Like the growth of tourism in Dubai has been like no other country. And every 2 years, you can do a Dubai trip, because every 2 years, it is completely new. More new attractions are added. Because they know that oil sale may not be like it is now in future. But what is the probability of success of EV even today? I take my car from Mumbai to Ahmedabad. At a petrol pump, I have to wait for maybe 10 minutes. And I reach till Ahmedabad, 500 kilometers within a fueling of 10 minutes. The day when EV provides the same benefit to me, 10 minutes charging, 500 kilometers, is probably the day when EV will become successful, not prior to that. unless and until we have fast charging mechanism for EVs. Right now we don't have charging mechanism. We forget about fast charging. The first question of EV is, where will I charge? I think Hero has launched a scooter recently. I see newspaper advertisements. I'm not sure whether their claim is right or not. In that ad, they have written every plug point in India is a charger. They have invented a two-wheeler which has a charger which can be plugged into any of like our normal laptop ka charging points, mobile ka charging points. You can plug and charge the battery, then install. The battery installation and removal, not everyone is comfortable. And bro, if I finish my two-wheeler ride, putting my helmet or removing my helmet is also a painful task. If I had the opportunity, I wouldn't have removed or put the helmet also. You are expecting me to remove and put the battery every day. Then what do? I carry the fulcrum, I carry the screwdriver, everything with me. So that probability that there has to be a fixed place where you can plug in the, like we do the that petrol ka nozzle. You plug in and 10 minutes may give me the charging of battery full or 500 kilometers. That day EV will become successful, which was not possible in 2019. Today we know it is not possible today also. But auntie predicted maybe by this date it will become possible. So she gave the date only till year. We know that it may not be possible, but then point is this: right now it is not possible, but 10 years later there will be someone who will do it. You understand? EV battery which can be charged in 10 minutes, and more than the battery, it has to be the charging station, because battery is chargeable in 10 minutes, but you have to bring the battery and you have to come with your vehicle. You don't have to remove and reinstall. Further point, in Mumbai city, where if you are privileged enough to have covered building, parking, etc., your vehicles are going to be on road. So during the rains, during the floods, what is the probability of these batteries functioning, malfunctioning, etc.? We will have to wait and watch. Mumbai rains are unbearable. Arey bro, Mumbai ka to abhi afternoon mein heat is also unbearable. Weather only we are not understanding. And early morning it is so cold on, matlab you on the two-wheeler, you can't even, it is cold. So what is happening, we don't understand. What exactly is the weather trying to, what message? This we are not understanding. Currently the weather condition is that in Mumbai. Whether that battery which is in open will be able to survive all those weather changes or no, that also we will have to wait and watch. Unless huge level R&D is done on it, the probability of EV being successful is less immediately. Only EV will work soon in future is 100% probable. It's all about that technological invention. How soon it happens, we'll have to wait and watch. But at least right now, anybody taking a new loan is not eligible. Whoever took the loan in this period will continue to be eligible. Ye clear hai? Everyone? Alright. So ladies and gentlemen, that was your E series interest deduction of education loan, 2 sections for home loan and 1 section for EV loan. Now we go to the G series. C was investment, D was health, E was interest. Now G is all donation related, out of which we have one big section. Only one is big, the others are very small. Section 80G, the deduction for all types of donations. The moment you come across the name of a charitable trust, there is so much poverty in the name itself. Garib, garib, garib. Poor, what is poor called in Hindi? Garib. Garib is Urdu. And rich, Amir? Marathi nahi. Amir, Garib are Urdu words. Hindi they are called Dhanwan and Nirdhan. Deen is also right, but not that Deen. Deen. That is right. Right. But Amir Garib nahi. No problem. We'll keep one day only Hindi lecture. We will keep. Okay. Only Hindi words. And when actually someone speaks Hindi, proper Hindi, no, people say, wow, you speak such pure Hindi. It's not pure Hindi. It is Hindi. Impure Hindi is when you are mixing other language words in this. And I have no problem with anyone talking in Urdu as long as you pay me, take admission in my class, bro. You speak Tamil, Malayalam, you speak anything, you have to take admission. That is more important. But at least say that you are talking in Urdu and talk in Urdu. Correct? Hai? Donation. Poverty everywhere. What is the biggest source of income for charitable trusts? What do you think? Donation. But then the donor needs some motivation. No, without motivation, why will anybody give donation? Listen, donor, we hereby bring you some motivation. People who are giving these donations will be eligible for tax benefit under section 80G. If you have family members, friends, cousins, uncles, aunties, anybody working in charitable trust, you will often, if you have your own community ka charitable trust, your society ka charitable trust, etc., you often hear them speaking, ATG hai kya, ATG hai, ATG, 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 ATG. Well, today is the time when you come and learn what exactly is this ATG, 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 ATG. When someone gives donation to charitable trust, that donor will get tax benefit. Bro, for that the trust has to be a registered trust under 80G. Think about it. Think about it. Then only the donor will get tax benefit. Now, who is getting the tax benefit? The donor. But registration trust has to take. Now, it is not that donor will go and take registration because it is his tax benefit. No, listen, simple. A trust. You want donation? I will give donation only if I get my deduction. And for my deduction, you have to go. You register and come, then only I will give you donation. Otherwise, I won't. So trusts have to take 80G registration so that donors get this deduction. And therefore, you have family members saying 80G hai, your trust has 80G. Your trust means if your trust has 80G, probability of receiving donation will increase. With deduction, people will be willing, no? And 80G registration of a charitable trust also brings credibility to strangers, unknown people. Okay, our trust is registered trust. That means your money is in safe hands. Some government official has investigated how we operate. Then only they will grant registration. What are the conditions for deductions? First time you'll probably see in this chapter, this deduction is for all assessees because there is a proverb in English, beggars are not choosers. Means, I've told you this before, भिखारी को भीख जितनी मिली ठीक. Beggars are not choosers. You've never heard this proverb? Government is begging in front of us that please give donations because without your donations, charitable trust won't function. Please, please. If you do, please, 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 no, then you can't say only individually achievable. But yeah, I have company. I would have given donation from company, but now you get lost. Now you get lost. You understand? Do we want to encourage everyone? All assessees. All assessees will get tax benefit. But only and only if your donation is in money. Non-monetary donations in kind can't be given. Correct or no? Can be given, but no deduction. I would have said only cash, but this generation is so crazy. I would have said only cash allowed. So you would have said, okay, sir, check not allowed. Money allowed means cash, check, demand draft, Paytm, money order, anything is fine. As long as it is in the form of money, anything is fine. We simply mean that kind is not allowed. In fact, to curb cash in our economy, it is clearly stated that if it is more than rupees 2000, it has to be in a non-cash mode. Means check, RTGS, IMPS, UPI. More than 2000 should be by a mode other than cash. So if you are giving 1000, 1500, etc., you can give cash and get deduction. But if you want to give 20,000 donation, 2 lakh donation to charitable trust, you can't give cash. You can give cash. You won't get deduction. For deduction, it has to be through banking channels. And supposingly you give non-monetary, So you won't get deduction at all, irrespective of the amount of your value of your donation. Now you must be thinking, so if I go to an old age home and I distribute some, you know, some soap or shampoo or hair oil ka bottle or some snacks to the senior citizen, fruits over there. Sir, what is the value that I want deduction? You are thinking at your level, because maybe you have celebrated some birthday party of some grandparents, or maybe you have celebrated your own birthday party at some of these places. At your level, you are thinking, so you feel that the value of the chocolates that you have distributed are too less for donation. But there are people who have given next level donations to charitable trust. Just imagine someone saying, this is my office, make this as your trust office. This is my land, use this to start a charitable hospital or a charitable school. There are people who have given donations worth crores of rupees by giving their property or jewelry or etc. in favor of trusts. No tax benefit. No tax benefit. For tax benefit, it has to be monetary, only monetary, and that also more than 2000 cannot be in cash. Is that clear? Next, for deduction purposes, this donation has to be to an approved person. For deduction purposes, this donation has to be to an approved person. Sir, matlab simple. In Mumbai, no, I'll tell you about Mumbai. In Mumbai, we have one famous traffic junction. You know, Mumbai traffic is so bad that we have traffic junctions which are famous. That place is extremely famous for never-ending traffic. We call it the Haji Ali Junction. So there is this place in Mumbai which has the famous people from the whole country come here, Mahalakshmi temple, and at the same time there is one Haji Ali Dargah next to each other. A temple and a Dargah next to each other, quite close to each other. Very famous place. 4 or 5 roads accumulate at one place, and all of them are heavily loaded. If you by chance are stuck at that signal, so you are stuck. But after some time, you are stuck. But after some time, you are still stuck. If you are at that signal and someone calls you, and you know, normally we have tendency of saying that I will come in 2 minutes when we are expected in 20 minutes. Human tendency. Supposingly you are honest like me. If I am going to take 15 minutes now, I will say 15 minutes. I don't exaggerate over there, because I believe in punctuality. I believe in respecting timing of the other person. If I tell someone I am at Haji Ali signal, that much is not enough. I have to further elaborate by saying Haji Ali third signal, which means I am so behind in the traffic that I will be able to exit this junction only when the signal opens for the third time. And every time your car stops at any of these junctions, Haji Ali is famous. If I talk about other places, there is another place called Parel where we have the Kirti Mahal junction. KEM junction also we call it. Bro, never ending, bumper to bumper traffic. This was relatable to the people sitting in the classroom because most of them are from that area. Kirti Mahal. अभी ये मत बोल सर बॉम्बे सेंट्रल का कुछ बताओ ना. You can't be expecting me to. Navjeevan is still not that bad because that one road is closed. No, so most vehicles now don't go only on that side. हाँ, JJ junction you can still say. हाँ, ये लाया खुद का डोंगरी. And here Kandivali is absolutely quiet, because when you talk about Kandivali, it is not about a junction. It is from a place called Andheri in Mumbai to a place called Borivali in Mumbai. At any point of time, morning, afternoon, evening, night, middle of the night, it is moving traffic. In evening peak hours, Andheri is Mumbai's airport. Okay. You drop someone at the airport, that person will reach Dubai You may not reach Borivali. ये fact है bro. Fact. I think I must have told you about my visit to Ahmedabad for the World Cup final match. That I left my house at 6:30 in the evening. Till 10 o'clock, I was Mumbai ka that live. There is a place called Dahisar Cheknaka, which basically means that you have crossed Mumbai limits. I crossed that at 10 o'clock. Matlab 3.5 hours only for this within the city traffic. And from there in 7 hours, I reached Ahmedabad. Full night driving. Crazy, crazy. And every time our cars, I think government ke andar these corporators etc. are getting paid by those gang of people at the signal. They must be sending their own monthly share collected from knocking your windows. So every time your car stops at one of these signals, someone comes and tuck, 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 tuck. Hey, set. Bro, what all I have to do only to make you understand things. हाँ क्या गजरा लेके आओ क्या every time your car is at one of these places. She said it. तो क्या बोली कचरा से अरे चुप रहे. Don't spoil the flow. Understand? By chance you roll your window down and maybe you give some currency note. Don't tell that person you are doing CA because they will return it and give you something. Okay. But next time don't do this. Give the note. Nah, 80 de. It does not work like that. Giving money to someone at a traffic signal, distributing food, distributing money at public places. There are some people who stand outside temples, mosques, church and distribute money. All that is not going to be covered here. I hope I am very clear on this. This donation has to be to an approved person, to an organization which is registered, as I told you at the beginning of this section. Understood? And donor can be anybody, from individual to artificial juridical person, everybody is eligible. Huh? All मतलब क्या होता है? Now you tell me. You will only have to answer this question. I have given you the answer. क्या? Non-resident not allowed is what you are saying. Deduction का ही we are discussing. You mean to say non-resident disqualified? I have a simple question. Is non-resident assessee? Say yes or say non-resident is not assessee. Ramayan over. Ramayan about to get over. And now his question is, sir, but exactly what was the surname of Sri Ram? Who was Sri Ram? Non-resident is not assessee. Assessee है ना. So does he fall in all assessees? तो हो गया. That means eligible. If it was not eligible, I would have said resident all assessees. All resident assessees. Any assessee who is resident. I would have not written this. I would have written this. All word in English. All. The meaning of this word. 3-letter word. A-L-L. Gujarati ma badha. Everyone. What is everyone, all, etc. called one by one? First in Tamil, then in Malayalam. What is everyone called in Tamil? Huh? Illeoru. Illoru. And Malayalam? अरे सेम है. Illoru. एक मिनट. Everyone. सब लोग. All means the Illoru. দাদা বুঝতে পারি বাঙালি সবাই হ্যাঁ সবাই হ্যাঁ but দাদা বুঝতে পারি was correct no हाँ मतलब are you understanding हाँ বাংলা বুঝতে পারি বলতে পারি না she just abused in Bengali you all didn't understand she said that you speak nicely we'll keep a lecture on that अभी बोलो that I will explain in the next point ये क्या हुआ that I will explain in the अरे the laptop is so upset you not understanding the meaning of the word all that the laptop is refusing to cooperate which trust is covered which trust is not covered that point he will clarify your question is about assessees that I have very clearly told you all means illor saboy everyone सब लोग बद्धा सगळं सगळे सगळे anybody feeling left out भोजपुरी में only lollipop comes नहीं क्या लिपस्टिक comes जब लगावे कमरिया see last lecture after syllabus gets over no I have 10 minutes of instructions it's very important closing instructions because I may not meet you every day so you have to follow these things while doing your self study then I give you 2-3 minutes to ask some queries you have anything in mind then you can ask me right now etc then if you want we reserve another 15-20 minutes for anything you may want to like there have been like literally people who are like sir wo wala once sir before going sir we'll keep it sir lipstick that she will dance she is only saying no sir last lecture mein acha she said okay to she will dance and we will call her in front of camera because they will also enjoy this is a done thing in this lecture last lecture mein she is going to dance on that kamariya now you have to done and the other friends though you have to make her if you don't know then I will make you all also join so you have to make sure that you all language is done everyone is everyone now which trust is eligible in this point they have given us some categories for calculation also we will use them and for which trust covered which trust not covered also we will use the categories and by the way point E is the last point of 80G but it's a very very big point because there are 28 categories here so we have to spend some time it's a very big section only because of point E but till now the points the other they are so simple they required no explanation I never thought that I have to actually explain all assessments I've never done it in the past but it's okay there is always a first time you may always have this feeling sir all cannot include non-resident but all includes all so now we are clear it's okay we are all here to learn so all may by chance there was some non-resident also no here in this class so that non-resident also is covered in all correct now point E the various categories of donations are primarily going to be divided into two categories for the purpose of giving deduction there is a category called unlimited deduction and there is a category called limited deduction for the purpose of giving deduction they have created these categories this requires no explanation that in unlimited category while doing calculation of your deduction there is no limit but in limited category while calculating your deduction there will be a wow talent in limited category there is limit in unlimited category there is no limit was difficult so I am clarifying Clear hai? Now let us understand the limit in the limited category, and I don't have that point in the unlimited category. You understand? Step number 1 is going to be calculation of something called your qualifying amount. Under the unlimited category, your actual donation without any monetary limit is going to become your qualifying amount. Without any limit. You all know, no, whenever there is qualifying amount, then deduction will come in step 2, whether it was QQB, DDB or ATG. Step 2 will teach us deduction, but we will go to deduction only after step 1. First calculate qualifying amount. Because there is no limit, actual donation. So everyone, exercise, everyone. Show me your hand. Put it in your pocket. Suraj, put it in your pocket. And check what is t-shirt pehna, and he is putting like this. I can see there is no pocket over there. Hey Bhagwan. It's okay. You see what is the ability of your pocket. You have the budget of 1 rupee, you have the budget of 1 crore rupee, you have the budget of 100 crore or 1000 crore. You decide what your actual donation. Actual donation nobody can decide. The law can decide how much deduction to give you. How much donation to give they can't decide. That you will decide. Whatever you give is going to qualify because there is no limit. You understand? But under the qualifying amount of the limited category, obviously there will be an upper limit. Here your qualifying amount is going to be your actual donation or that other amount, whichever is lower, because that other amount will work as the limit here. Actual donation will be restricted to 10% of your adjusted total income. Actual donation will be restricted to 10% of your adjusted total income. Means in the unlimited category, there is no limit. So what will qualify? Full donation, the actual donation. In the limited category, there is a limit. So whatever you donate won't qualify. It will be restricted to upper limit of 10% of ATI. Therefore, the qualifying amount will be actual donation or 10% of adjusted total income, whichever is lower. Everyone, what do you want to know? What is adjusted total? What do you want to know? What is adjusted total income? Chalo, go and let's learn adjusted total income. First take your gross total income. First take what? Gross total. My question to you is, in this gross total income, do we write all our heads of income? So will this gross total income contain my 111 a short term capital? Is 111 a short term capital gain a part of my GTI? Remove it. Don't include. Abnormal profit. Is my long term capital gain a part of my gross total income? Don't put it. Means remove it. It has come in the total, but you remove it. So we want to take your normal income like salary, house, property, PGBP, all that. Remove your special capital gains. Short term only 111 and long term. And remove, please focus, all other chapter 6A deduction. My first question to you is, which chapter 6A deduction we are calculating right now? ATG. But other than this ATG, can the assessee, will the assessee be also eligible for AT, C, D, DD, DDB, EEB? Bro, by the end of it all, I am going to make sure that I make you eligible for ATU as well. Some already are. Khali certificate is required. That also I will do, but not covered here. Minus everything. There is only one deduction which you have not minus, that is ATG, which you are calculating. That is the meaning of all other chapter 6 deduction. This amount will become your ATI. What is your ATI? Start with GTI minus 3 things. First, 111A. Second, long term capital gain. Third, other chapter 6 deduction. This adjusted total income. You will compare with actual donation? No! Iska 10% you will compare with actual donation, and whichever is lower will become your deduction. No, qualifying amount. You understood? So in unlimited category, we don't have to do all this because it is unlimited. So what is going to qualify? Full actual donation. But in limited category, actual donation or 10% of your adjusted total income, whichever is lower. Is that understood? Everyone, actual donation or 10% of ATI. ATI का calculation clear? This step number 1 has given us answer to deduction nahi, qualifying amount. Now our step number 2. In step number 2, we are going to go and calculate our deduction, where in both categories we have 2 subcategories. We have 100% and 50%. Here also we have 100% and 50%. Effectively, there are 4 categories in donation. Bro, observe. Unlimited 100, unlimited 50, limited 100, limited 50. You understood or no? Unlimited 100, unlimited 50, limited 100, limited 50. 4 categories. And 28 donations spread over them. I'll explain all of them. Are we calculating deduction here? In step number 2, your deduction is going to be qualifying amount into 100%. And of course, here it will be qualifying amount into 50%. So look at the beauty of this category. Everyone with me? If you understand the maths here, your actual donation given equal to your ATG deduction. Actual donation given equal to ATG. Sir, why? Full qualifies and 100% deduction. Everyone understood? So let's talk about the second category. Exact 1/2 of your actual donation equal to your deduction. Exact 1/2. Why, sir? Because full amount will qualify and exact half will be your full will qualify, half will be deduction. Full will qualify, half will be your deduction. Understood? Everyone? But here it won't be the case like this. Though your answer is still the same. Qualifying amount into 100%. Qualifying amount into 50%. So to be honest, the deduction part is same under limited as well as unlimited category. The deduction part is same, but in the limited category we will not let our actual donation only to qualify. It will be restricted to the limit of 10% of adjusted total income. Once you have your qualifying amount, it will be either 100 or 50, whether limited or unlimited. Here, if actual donation is lower of the two, then it can still be full or half. But if 10% of ATI is lower of the two, then it may not be a percentage of my actual donation. So you have to apply 100 or 50, not of your actual donation. You have to apply on your qualifying amount. But it's a coincidence that here my actual only is becoming my qualifying amount because there is no limit. So the whole difference in this side and this side actually lies here. Here. Ye clear hai? Otherwise, are you clear about the 4 categories? Now then, ladies and gentlemen, there are total 28 different types of deductions covered across the 4 categories, out of which 7 are in limited category. You have basic maths knowledge, basic. So unlimited will have how many? Very smart. 22. एक मिनट. 28 minus 7 equal to 22. Where is Sanjay? अच्छा, he has gone somewhere out. हाँ, उसको फोन बुक करके बोलो ना कि आने के टाइम पे जहर लेके आना और उसको दे देना. बोला थोड़ा rat poison. Yeah. Once I had told him, so he told me कि phenyl है चलेगा. Phenyl is also fine. Please लेकिन उसको बोलना है इसके लिए. 21 plus 7, 28. हे भगवान. Out of which in the limited category under 100%. See, limited category total 7. In 100% we have 2. So in 50% we will have. 1 minute. No one says anything. I will say. Here we have 5. Bro, every time one of you all does this, no, the laptop gets angry. 5. 5 plus 2, 7. And if we talk about unlimited total is 21, out of which 1 is under 50. So this is easy. 19 plus 1, 21. Easy. मेरे को चक्कर आ रहा है. So we have 20 plus 1 plus 2 plus 5, making this total 28 different types of deductions. There are 2 ways in which you can. Are you clear about limit under the limited category? Because the rest of it is same, 150, 150. There are 2 ways of learning this. Traditionally, historically, last 15 years, me too as a student for 3 years have followed the second way only. But my duty to tell you about both. First way is learn these 20, this one, these 2 and these 5. What falls under what. Second way is learn this and this, because everything else comes. Learn 8 names, everything else comes under 20. I know everyone is going to do that only. We will just discuss what is in the remaining categories. Everything else will fall under 20. Wait. This comes with a small risk. Okay. I will give you the names of trust here, here and here. That means everything falls here. Are you clear? Now the only likely mistake that you can make in exam if you don't learn the 20. Only likely mistake. See if you understand that, sir, I am not going to make such a mistake. So I will learn only 1, 2 and 5. But if you think that you can make that mistake also, then you learn 20 also. In your exam, there will be a question. Donation given to a poor boy at a traffic signal. And then you are thinking, poor boy at a traffic signal. Poor boy at traffic signal was not in this. He was not in this also. Poor boy, Pune. Therefore, 100%. Because anything which is not in these 3 will come here. Sir, you only said no, anything which. Bro. This is subject to these conditions also. If you are sure that you won't make this mistake, which you have to be. Bro, if you are making this mistake also, so ruk na bro. Try, September, aisa kuch. Try. But if you think that you won't make this mistake, this is like nonsense. So you don't need to learn these 20. Don't waste your time. Because even if you learn them, the probability of you remembering all of them, too much to learn already, bro. You have audit, law, strategic management. क्या है? याद है. I know. मेरे सामने purposely like, bro. Other than tax, you talk about anything. IDT, we remember everything. Audit law, we remember everything. SM also, we remember everything. But in tax, we will say 22 plus 7 is 28. सही है. ठीक है. It's okay. What can I do? Son, you won't make that mistake. No need to learn 20. Probability of you being able to learn all 20 and reproduce them, and they're not going to ask the list in exam. They will just give you the names. By looking at the name, you have to decide which category. Correct? So what are these 1, 2 and 5? First, let us go to the limited category and finish the 7 over there. 100% and 50, that is simple qualifying amount. 150. However, of course, sir, yeah, that First we apply the limit. So actual donation restricted to 10% of your adjusted total income. What are these five? First, any donation given to the following people, means they are the donies. Hey, dhoni nahi re. You are donor. You are donor, no? Donor. अरे पेयर पे ही होता है वैसे. इट इज डोनर. यू आर recipients. They are the recipients. You are giving donation to the following people, so you will get deduction under limited category 50%. ये clear है? To the following people. Any donation that you have given, donor who? You. Receiver who? गेम चल रहा है. They. Donor you. Receiver they. Who are they? But who are the donies here? Five donies covered, no? 5 donies covered. Who are those 5 donies? Anybody giving donation to government or local authority for a purpose other than family planning. Akash, you just leave this discussion. Irrelevant discussion to you, Akash. Government or local authority for family planning or other than family planning. Please understand. Under 100% they have said 100. See, I am not doing 100 with you. I am going to first finish the 5 which fall under 50%. But I am just comparing. They have given that if you have given any donation to government or local authority for the purpose of family planning, then that will be covered under 100. Means as a donor, you can give donation to the government. Means your donee, your receiver is government for 2 purposes. Family planning purpose or other purpose. If the donation is given for family planning, then that donation will come under 100%. And if it is given for any other scheme of the government, then that will come under 50%. Family planning is more important than other schemes, Akash. Family planning is more important. So family planning ka donation will be eligible for 100% and other donations will be eligible for 50. While completing the 100% was not on the agenda right now, we were going to complete 50%. But do you understand, 100 mein we have only 2 and out of those 2, 1 already over. ठीक है, we'll come to the other later. But is this clear? In limited, limited means first you apply the limit, then take half. First donation is government or local authority for other than family planning. Family planning will come under 100. Next, any body which is formed to provide affordable housing. See, housing is important for all. We don't want a country where people sleep on footpath and film stars kill them. So there are organizations which provide affordable housing. For example, in Maharashtra, we have an organization, MAHADA, Maharashtra Housing and Development Authority. Ahmedabad, we have AUDA, Ahmedabad Urban Development Authority. We have JADDA, Jodhpur Development Authority. We have DADDA, Delhi Development Authority. Then we have Chandigarh also. All this everyone remembers. The moment I said Mahada and Auda, already someone had said Chandigarh to her neighbors. If you give donation to them, you will get deduction. Limited category 50%. Next, any body which is formed to protect interest of minority community. Any body which is formed to protect interest of minority community. In India, there are 6 notified minority communities. Parsi, Ratan Tata. Sikh, Harbhajan Singh, Navjot Singh Sidhu. Buddhist. I don't have any example of Buddhist available right now. Muslim. Irfan Pathan, Zahir Khan. Huh? Shah Rukh Khan. Happy. Christian. Bol example. Jacqueline. And Jain. Jainism. Jainism is a religion. Muslim, Christian, Parsi, Sikh, Buddhist, and Jain are 6 notified minority communities. There are organizations formed to protect interest of these minority communities. India believes in all-inclusive growth and development. India believes in a slogan called Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas. We want everyone to grow. Those in majority will take care of themselves. But what about the minority? There are organizations. For example, there is an organization called BPP, the Bombay Parsi Panchayat. It will take care of the interest of minority community. Believe me, ladies and gentlemen, there is an organization called JITO, Jain International Trade Organization. And it has got, this is trade organization. No? So it has got sub there. They have JDF, Jain Doctor Federation, Jain Lawyer Federation. I am member of Jain CA Federation, Jain Chartered Accountants Federation. And good range of opportunities they open. For example, all the recent seminars that I have taken on the budget, being a member, so they say that all the members who are interested in this, first you have to express your interest. Kindly give your names. Whenever an opportunity is available, they look out for their best members. What it does is, it gives you exposure to a new audience whom you are not catering to on a day-to-day basis. See, students you are meeting every day, they know you, they know etc. They may get one work or the other. When you are giving such nice books, people are going and suggesting their younger siblings that take these books only, take these lectures only. But what about corporate exposure? Today, corporate training seminars, believe me, for 1 hour, 2 hour ka seminar, they are willing to pay lakhs of rupees. But you need exposure to them. Now, how will people know you? These organizations open those windows. Of course, under their banner, you take seminar, you have to do it free of cost. And that broke my laptop also over there. So that's a different loss altogether. But then somewhere it will get recovered from somewhere. Because the kind of people that attend those seminars are later on going to certainly contact you for conducting a seminar for their own corporate house and their employees. And at that time, you charge your fees and they have to pay. They do pay. Start with as low as 1 lakh per seminar and take only 2, 3, 5 seminars per month. That's it. Don't be too greedy. Prepare yourself so good that if it is 1 hour ka seminar, which you have to take after 1 week, 1 week you are preparing for 1 hour, at which minute you are going to speak which sentence. If you are going to do crowd work, audience interaction, you will ask questions. Someone from audience will reply. What are the 10 different possible answers that you can get? And individual customize. Say, if this guy says yes to my question, what should be my reply? If this guy says no to my question, what should be my reply? My replies and the flow of my presentation should be planned so good. 1 lakh rupees, very normal. Anybody is ready to pay. But 5 seminars and 5 lakh per month is respectable. You greed has got no bounds. You may say, sir, 5 lakh se kya hota hai? But that way, the 50 lakh is also insufficient. 5 crore per month is also insufficient. But we who have brought up in middle class, 5 lakh per month for us, so it is big. Don't know about you. Not bad. Provided you have basic public speaking skills and you have basic knowledge. But you need still a platform. No. They provide that platform. Which is why we do membership. Life membership, 1100 rupees. Life membership. But of course, community based, because they are protecting minority community. In Islam, I think Jamaat, it is known as a group of people who have come together to protect interest of the minority community. So any organization which is created to protect interest of minority community is not the assessee pagal. Who is that organization? The receiver, the donee. and you have given donation to that organization, so you are going to be eligible. ये clear है? Next, any donation which is given to any approved charitable trust across the country. So even if it is a foreign trust, does it have 80G ka registration? If it has 80G ka registration, you give donation and take your deduction. From Kashmir to Kanyakumari, from Gujarat to Arunachal Pradesh, there are thousands and lakhs of charitable trusts registered in our country. They may be doing all inhuman activities in the name of being human. If they are registered, you give them donation, you are eligible for the deduction. You are eligible for the deduction. And here is that second mistake that you can make if you don't learn 20. See this mistake. That mistake, poor boy at a traffic signal will come in unlimited 100. I believe you won't make. Second mistake. Exam mein question came. Donation given to Ramdas Public Charitable Trust, which is a registered trust. Donation given to Ramdas Public Charitable Trust, which is a registered trust. And you start scratching your head again. Ramdas was not in 1, Ramdas was not in 2, and Ramdas was not in 5. And anything which is not in 1, 2, and 5 will go in whether Ramdas, Lakshman Das, or Sitaraman. Everything will come under limited 50. Name can be anything. Keep anything. Kashmir to Kanyakumari, Gujarat to Arunachal Pradesh, thousands and lakhs of charitable trusts registered in the country, they all will come here, provided they have taken 80G registration. You have to fill up a form. You have to tell them that we will do charity. Commissioner of Income Tax will check your form, scrutinize. He will convince himself that you're genuinely going to do charity. He will make inquiries. All these procedures come in CFI. In fact, there are two types of forms that we have to fill. One, trust is getting donation. So trust itself wants income tax exemption. You understand? So trust will get exemption and donor will get deduction. We have to fill two forms, two registrations. One is section 11 registration, second is section 80G registration. And both registrations have to be taken. Some trusts do it simultaneously. Some take them one by one. Of course, moving forward, your section numbers remain same or they change. It will still depend. I again request you not to have too much gossip and too much influence about the new income tax bill. You don't have to be a chartered accountant. If you have some basic civic knowledge taught to you in class 10, you have basic knowledge of parliamentary procedure, so you have to know, you should know that everything presented in the parliament is not the final law. Finance minister herself said that a high powered committee will be sitting and the chairman will be speaker of Lok Sabha when but then second part, the budget session has two parts. Second part will begin. First day the committee will give its comments. I don't know whether you are aware that new income tax bill was presented in 2009 also. New income tax bill was presented in 2013 also. You are not aware of that. Parliament mein presented does not mean that income tax ka law has changed. Both occasions it was scrapped. Bola no, existing is fine only because it is not bringing any value addition. Believe me, two occasions in the past it has been scrapped altogether. Today, professionals, industrialists, they are all having huge trouble as far as implementation of GST even after 8 years of implementation of GST. Nobody is understanding only. Even just when someone starts understanding, the GST council sits and brings about changes. At this juncture, we are not prepared for a new law. And you never know. They are stubborn. Agreed, this government is very stubborn. It goes ahead with its plans once it decides. But till the time it is not an act, stop too much of gossip about it. I have publicly also said this, that don't be over enthusiastic. Take knowledge from channels which are appropriate for taking knowledge. And basic parliamentary knowledge to everyone should have. And if this is fake, go find out whether direct tax code bill was presented in 2009 or not. Some people are such idiots that actually that 2009 ka bill they forwarded also on WhatsApp. New income tax bill, new income tax bill. I was reading wealth tax. Wealth tax got abolished in 2015. Is she bringing it back? Then I scrolled further. This bill is the 2009 bill. Then I messaged. This is 2009 ka bill. What are you doing? And you are a chartered accountant. Did you read before forwarding? That guy then did that delete for everyone. If you wouldn't have done that, I would have told the admin, oh, this post is deleted by the admin in the WhatsApp group also. So chartered accountants have become WhatsApp university graduates. No, stop, please. Please stop. Let it become act. And my promise to you, your batch will get over. In any case, the new bill is definitely not going to apply, even if it is passed. If passed, concepts cannot change, section numbers will change. No problem. Even if there is change in some calculation, some concept somewhere, my promise to you, once it is the new law, I will be regularly doing the knowledge part of that. You know, the change in the concept wala part. All these charitable trusts, the current registration procedure cannot change, but there are sections currently in the law, section 11 for trust ka exemption and 80G for donor ka deduction. So it is the trust which will take the registration, and once the trust has taken registration, the donor is going to be eligible for tax benefit. ये clear है? Approved charitable trust, everyone, fantastic. And the last year, क्या है रे? All because of this Rushen. All. Arey 2 plus 5 equal to 7 in limited category, no? And in that 2 also 1 we have finished family planning. Okay, last year. Any donation given 2, matlab the name which I am writing here is going to be the donation given to a notified religious place. Donation given to a, actually in the act they have written a notified temple, church, mosque or gurudwara. What have they written? Temple, church, mosque, gurudwara. I simplify it by writing religious place. It can cover of all faith. The world would have been a far better place to live if there was only one religion. One of the biggest reasons behind fights in the world is different religions. If there was only one religion, तो best है ना? मैं क्या बोलता, have many religions. As long as you pay me, I have got no problem. So why write so many places of worship? Ultimately, any notified religious place. For what? For the purpose of repair or renovation. You are giving donation to a temple, church, mosque, gurudwara. For what purpose? Repair or renovation. So you are going to be eligible for section 80G. You donor. Receiver is that place of worship. Worship ka place, religious place. For what purpose? Repair or renovation. No. Something didn't hit you. Okay, we'll do it together so that everyone understands. हर घर में अब एक ही नाम, एक ही नारा गूंजेगा. क्या? मेरे भारत का बच्चा बच्चा. ओ मेरे भारत का बच्चा बच्चा जय जय श्री राम बोलेगा. Oh, now I get it. A notified religious place for repair or join the dots. Wow. But to which some people respond by saying, no, sir. Not fair, sir. In the section they have said temple, church, mosque, gurudwara. Temple, church, mosque, gurudwara. Correct? Hai? But notification will be given by government that this temple will be covered, that mosque will be covered, that church will be covered. All places of worship are not covered. If we start covering all places of worship, bro, people to keep a stone at a public place and start putting some, let's not get into that, bro. Ultimately, kya, bro? Huh? It has to be notified. And who will notify? Government will notify. So what to notify, what not to notify? It is under their control. Now you know why. You never heard that song. What do you mean by new construction? Repair, renovation, all that is that only. New construction means you are making it new only. Or just because it is renovation, so you are talking about it. They are only talking about repair and renovation. But if you talk about Ram temple, it is new only. But it is still termed as, bro, if you say that this is new, so that whole long battle of 2000 years is gone. New kaise? The whole argument was that this is the birthplace of God. And therefore the mosque built over it was demolished. And this is, and that case, 2000 years. Supreme Court had no one had any answer what is going to happen. That is one case in history about which there was always a question whether there will be any solution or not. Just imagine we claiming it's a new place. Why are you fighting for it? You understood? These are the 5 donations under the limited 50% category. Limited has got one more category, that is 100%. Means first we will apply the limit 10% of ATI, then we will give how much deduction? 100%. In that we have already completed one, government or local authority for the purpose of family. The second deduction will be given only to Indian company. The second deduction will be given only to, now please understand, at the beginning of the section we were told all assessees. So 27 donations are for all assessees, individual, HUF, company, firm, AOP, BOI, everyone including non-residents. But in one of them, in the 28, this one, they have clearly written this is only for Indian company. That means this deduction won't be allowed to other assessees. Where they have to be specific, they have mentioned it. And because it is only for Indian companies, the relevance at inter reduces. Reason is, inter ka tax paper is about computation of total income and tax of individual HUF. Company taxation, firm taxation, they are not asked in exam. We haven't skipped anything, including tax rates. I will be giving you tax rate of firm, company, all of that. I may not spend as much time as I spend with CA final in discussing company. In fact, at final, we spend less time in learning provisions of individual HUF, because our area of focus is going to be company, charitable trust, political party, all those organizations, LLPs, partnership firms. We will do everything. We won't skip, but we'll spend more time in individual HUF because that is our syllabus. This is only for Indian company. So that way the relevance reduces as far as your intermediate exam is concerned. But just to let you know, this one deduction will be given only to Indian company if you have given donation to the IOA. IOA is the Indian Olympic Association. IOA, Indian Olympic Association, or any other notified sports body. Indian Olympic Association or any other notified sports body. Indian Olympic Association or any other notified sports body. In India, whenever we talk about sports body, only one organization comes in our imagination. पूरा बोल रहे हैं. Don't speak two alphabets and stop. Board of Control for Cricket in India, BCCI. हाँ. नहीं. Say the full thing. What did you understand? That any notified sports body ko you give donation, we will be giving you tax benefit, but this is only for Indian company. Master plan here also, that most of these companies are sponsoring something to the BCCI. You see, there are trophy sponsors, kit sponsors, jersey sponsors. Their names are written everywhere. We used to in India, once upon a time we used to have the Coca-Cola Cup, the Pepsi Cup. We had Pepsi IPL, Vivo IPL, then now it is Tata IPL. We are giving sponsorship, but don't give it as sponsorship. Give it as donation. So the giver, receiver both may be eligible for some tax benefit. You understood or no? Hello. So they have kept this. But of course, their target is not few thousand or lakh rupees. Their target is crores of rupees, and which therefore can cover only companies. Okay, not relevant at Intel. Let's talk about this. Now we are going into the unlimited category. Unlimited category means entire amount donated will qualify. Whatever you donate will qualify. Whatever you donate will qualify. Entire amount will qualify. Everyone is with me? But under 50% you will get half deduction. 2 years ago, there used to be 4 names here. I mean, there were 3 more. So this actually was 20 plus 4, 24. And the total was not 28, it was 31. There were 3 names that were deleted here. This gentleman called Modi ji, he is the human version of thug life. Thug life, you understand? Na 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 na. Snoop Dogg, yo yo. Human version of thug life. You want to know what were the 3 names which got abolished here? The Jawaharlal Nehru Memorial, the Indira Gandhi Foundation, the Rajiv Gandhi Memorial. Talk. The argument given was there are 3 charitable trusts listed in the chapter which are in the names of specific individuals. Why should there be tax benefit in the name of these people? Hashtag thug life. Abolished. Their names removed. 3 charitable trusts. Jawaharlal Nehru Memorial, Indira Gandhi Foundation, Rajiv Gandhi. There is no Rahul Gandhi Memorial as yet. At least as yet, there is no memorial. And there will never be ever any attack or any effort to assassinate Rahul Gandhi. That won't happen because he is the biggest brand ambassador of the opposition party. Every time he speaks, people get motivated to vote for Modi. In fact, that's a fact. I know I have people from down south here, people from Kerala who may not absolutely like what I said. They will have absolute dislike, but I have interacted with people across the country. The 4 states of South India. That also Karnataka little less, but yes, Kerala massive extent, Tamil Nadu massive extent, big way, Andhra also, Telangana, Andhra, and couple of states in East India, West Bengal to be specific, Assam, Northeast also not that much. If you leave this is that part of the country which can never, will never probably become pro Modi. It will always be anti Modi, always. South में तो specifically also because it is a non-Hindi speaking zone of the country, because you come out of these 4 states, rest of India in day-to-day language, in day-to-day communication talks in Hindi, despite the fact that there is no national language, it is only governmental language used, and Modi ji is that way a Hindi speaking leader. That's also a reason. West Bengal mein there are more of Bangladeshis than Indians is also a reason why they may not like him, but they are not even his target. They are normal loss for him. He does not even take them seriously. So yes, people do have separate political inclinations in different parts of the country, which is okay, acceptable. We are living in a democracy. It is fair, no problem. But Modi ji says that these 3 people got their own names written over here. What nonsense is this? I removed these 3 names. He removed them. Now he has only 1 name here. Because you may be wondering, sir, they made a category only for 1 trust. Actually, it was not 1. They were 4. But they have removed. And now, the present day, we have only 1 because 3 are removed. The name of this fund is Prime Minister Drought Relief Fund. Drought is sukha, shortage of water. shortage of water. What do you call it in Marathi? Dushkal. Shortage of water. You may be having some term for that. Varancha. Varancha. Varalcha. Varalcha. चलेगा चलेगा वारंचा शॉर्टेज ऑफ वाटर दुष्काल ब्रो बोल रहे तेरे को उर्दू में क्या बोलना है बोल कुछ भी लाइक यू ओनली स्पीक for that prime minister is maintaining fund. Now listen, this is not in the name of a human being. This is whoever is the post at the post of. See, today it is one political party, tomorrow it will be another political party. Whoever is the sitting PM will decide. So today me, tomorrow you. But if the trust is in the name of one person, then to lifetime that person will decide or that person's family members will decide. That is not fair. So Prime Minister Drought Relief Fund is the only fund remaining here. Now, as I told you that 1, 2 and 5, if you do this much, so you don't have to learn the others. While yes, I do agree that everything else comes here. You may not learn all of them. And everything else does come here. Not a problem. But there are still some things, certain things that I have to tell you here for being careful purposes. There are certain names that I am going to discuss with you here also. Though yes, as I said that everything else will come here and it is okay if you don't do. For example, I do wish to bring to your notice and attention that drought relief fund is not the only fund which runs in the name of our Prime Minister. There are many funds which run in the name of our Prime Minister in our country. For example, we have Prime Minister Earthquake Relief Fund. We have Prime Minister National Defense Fund. We have Prime Minister National Relief Fund. We have PM CARES, governed by sitting PM, which can be anybody, even after changing. All other funds are going to be a part of 100%. Only one is under 50. So by chance your exam question is Prime Minister Earthquake Relief Fund or National Relief Fund. The mistake that you will make, because you've not learned 20, no? You remember PM. Hey, PM unlimited 50. No, only drought is in 50. All other PM funds are in 100. So I don't want you to make that mistake. Therefore, I am telling you names of trust in this category only so that you don't make that particular mistake as far as your exam is concerned. Ye clear hai? So Prime Minister, all other funds will come under 100%. Next. In India, we do have something called a National Children's Fund. National Children's Fund. Today's children, tomorrow's future. Bro, front camera check. You check front camera, look at this is the future of the country. Bro, future is not good. You are the future of this country. And what are you doing? CA. You are not taking that seriously. You are spending your time doing on making reels. What Instagram? Gulabi saadiya ne ladi ladal. Disite mi bhari rasa photo masaka. That is what you do no, in free time. Gulabi saadi. Kya people do these days? Duset does that. We need to develop the children of our country to secure the future. So 100%. Sir, but then, what did I tell you? Everything else comes under 100. Why are you doing it? You told us, no, everything else. Sir, I'll tell you the reason. Some years ago, this used to be here. An amendment was introduced. It was removed from 50 to 100. Some 6-7 years. Now, what happened was, that time it was an amendment. So, they asked a question on National Children's Fund in that attempt ka RTP. Institute ka habit hai. That they will always ask you questions in the RTP of the latest amendments. Because amendments are new. So, questions have not come in the past. So, to frame new questions, they ask questions in the RTP. Of course, as the RTPs are printed, we keep on printing the questions in our book also. Now, I must tell you that in your exam, the past RTPs are more important than your RTP. Because Your question paper is decided before they release RTPs. They've already decided your question paper. RTP will come later. So the paper setter has got past year RTP. You'll often see questions from past RTPs in your exam. Tax method, you'll find it as a fixed feature. Still, I don't want to comment about other subjects. So past RTPs are more important. By chance, the paper checker comes across this adjustment when it was an amendment. There is probability that they ask you National Children's Fund. I don't want to take any chance. Where I don't want risk, I am doing them. Is that clear? Next 2-3 trusts, I am doing them only because over the past few exams, I have seen them come quite often, especially at CA Final. Regularly they are asking questions on these funds. And all these fund ka names will reflect our Prime Minister's vision. So our Prime Minister has introduced in our country a fund called the Swachh Bharat Kosh. Swachh Bharat Kosh. Kosh is the Hindi translation of the word fund. Bharat is Bharat. We have renamed our country also to Bharat. If changing laws was not enough, we are now Republic of Bharat. We will soon be having Institute of Chartered Accountants of Bharat. Fantastic. And Swachh means clean. Brainchild of Prime Minister of India, Swachh Bharat. He basically has introduced it as a national mission. And whether you like him or you dislike him, somewhere there has been a big change in the mentality, attitude and culture of people because every Indian household except the 4 states of South and West Bengal, we are talking about the rest of India, you will have definitely that one person who considers Modi as his God and will fight with the whole family, friends, relatives as a supporter of Modi. Every Indian household, and you know, in our communities, Marwadis, Gujaratis, there will be more than one, almost entire families. That is why we were standing in the balconies and saying, go Corona, go Corona, go Corona, go. Because it was instructed by Modi. Because they are such big followers of Modi ji, they have actually brought about a change in their own behavior. There was a time, our generation does not do that. Our generation, right from the day one, never did things called littering on streets, etc. But our parents, grandparents, maybe who are not so educated, they did after drinking mineral water bottles, they have thrown once upon a time on the road. They preferred non-AC train travel to intercity, other states, etc. so that they have an open window to throw stuff. In AC coaches, the windows are closed. So it is difficult for them to collect the garbage. So they prefer non-AC only so that throwing stuff is easy. Tea, one sip they drink. And someone in class is doing dirty gestures here. Non-AC is convenient. No, bro, that you can do in AC coach also in the toilet. Or these days toilet are also bio-fitted. AC coach ka gate hai na, gate remains open. Stand near the gate, your hand should be outside. Only when you're taking the puff, bring your hand inside, then again take it outside. Bro, you don't have experience. Modi ji introduced it as a national mission. And I repeat one more time why he is thug life personified. I told you that he has removed the names of 3 former prime ministers. Now I'll tell you what. You know, when he introduced Swachh Bharat Kosh, I'll tell you. Okay. Modi ji has got 2 primary opposition parties. The 2 main parties with which he fights or who are his competitors. Where he has eliminated almost all the competition. But it is Congress and Aam Aadmi Party. Now, Aam Aadmi Party came with a symbol called Jhadu, broom. We are going to clean the nation. And Congress has got only one agenda. We are Gandhi. So we are the legacy of Mahatma Gandhi. So how can you be the legacy of Mahatma Gandhi? Mahatma Gandhi ka family member is no family member is in politics. You are not Gandhi. And Modi ji, on 2nd October, on Gandhi Jayanti, he picked up a broom in his hand and he started Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, telling both of them, bro, your Gandhi is my Gandhi, your Jhadu is my Jhadu. Thug life hai. He started Swachh Bharat by taking a broom in his hand on Gandhi Jayanti, telling both primary opposition parties that your Gandhi is my Gandhi, your Jhadu is my Jhadu. And this has become a national mission, bro. Any donation given to that fund, first of all, unlimited means no upper limit, and second, kya? Second, 100% reduction. Is that clear? Next, these couple of them I am doing mainly because they are coming quite often in CA final, and Modi ji's promise to the country is being reflected in the tax provisions. So Modi ji, again brainchild of Modi ji, he introduced this fund called the Clean Ganga Fund. The river Ganga, the holy Ganga, has got immense importance under Hinduism. Our Prime Minister belongs to a political party which has Hinduism as an agenda. They fight on the agenda called Hindutva. And therefore, our Prime Minister fought elections from the holy city Varanasi, which is situated at the bank of the holy river Ganga. Considering all this and the amount of impurities that have been immersed in the holy river, Modi ji promised that I am going to get our holy river cleaned. For that, he created a fund. Which fund? Clean Ganga. My duty towards the place from where I got elected as a member of parliament, even if I am not the Prime Minister. So Swachh Bharat, Clean Ganga, both of them are introduced by Modi ji, and both of them understand are eligible for maximum possible tax benefit because unlimited and 100%. But in both of them, it is clarified that no deduction will be given to you if this donation you are doing for CSR under Companies Act. So now again, if I ask you, is your Companies Act over? Everything I ask you, you will say no only. हो गया है. Under Companies Act, correct me if I am wrong, section 135 of Companies Act says that every company has to spend a portion of its profit on corporate social responsibility, social work. You are giving donation to these trusts not because you want to give donation, but because you are complying with CSR. So we won't give you tax benefit. So we won't give you tax benefit. Are you understanding? If you are giving the donation for the purpose of CSR, we won't give you the tax benefit. We will give you tax benefit only and only if you are genuinely interested in charity. You are giving donation with the intention of charity. Clear hai? You are understanding why I am doing the funds from 20, even if we have decided that everything else comes under 20. Last fund from my side, because as we have understood, every other trust will come under 20. The reason why I do this last is that my syllabus is now near completion. I have already told you single digit lectures. Our number of interactions are certainly in single digit, even if I take 4 hours only, not the extended, then also in single digit lectures. If I take extended version, you may probably have in your calculation, maybe we have to meet only on 5 more days if we have longer hours. Is the amount of syllabus remaining? We are done with our syllabus, and I believe most of your subjects are now over. I was not there again, so I think your IDT was what, full 2 days you had IDT collection, not completed but almost completed. Will be completed at any time. Fantastic. Anything else? Audit little is left. Audit ho jayega. Now I am taking every day. Now that my syllabus will get over, so you can close your ears. Okay. You also. Exceptions are always there, but hundreds of batches and thousands of students that I have taught in my life, there have been cases where on the last lecture people have come and told me, sir, we will miss you, sir. There have been people who have told me, Not told me, just started coming. Just started crying and crying non-stop. This may not, you may not believe this, you may not, it's okay. But I am only stating the truth. Last batch, I left the building and I was going to my car because Mulund, Thane, those places I go by car only. There was a girl who came running behind me, sir, don't go. So, and I told her, don't go, matlab, you are taking me to your house. What do you mean by don't go? You will pay me you'll pay me, I'll come and teach you every day. You keep paying me, I have got no problem. Don't go, matlab, I have to go. What do I do? There was a certain phase in my life where I started having emotional attachment with students. No, I don't have emotional attachment with anybody that way. But there were a couple of batches who were super intelligent students. Even before I could complete my question, their answers were always ready. I used to tell them that my PGBP will get over. So you have to start solving additional question bank of PGBP when I am doing capital gain. That batch had students whom I am doing capital gain, they are also doing capital gain ka questions. Whatever is taught, same day they are doing. That made me emotionally attached. I thought, nahi, to my children, yeah. And bro, it's been more than a year, except 3 or 4 students of that batch. Nobody does even hi, hello. Which I realized that, okay, when the batch is going on, everybody wants a healthy, happy atmosphere. So everybody's like, sir, you are the best for us, sir. There's no one like you, sir. Yeah, 1 year, sir. Who, sir? Which, sir? You take your money, you get lost, we also get lost. So you think then I have got any interest or I have, bro, thousands have come and gone. And therefore, clear cut, I have decided in life. You cry. I will not do the drama of any crying because I get paid only when batch gets completed. So I can't be crying on that. है ना? ठीक है? And there's no point in having emotional attachment. Ultimately, it is one batch. It is my responsibility to complete. You also be very happy. So be strong. Don't cry. It's okay. वैसे भी नहीं करने वाला तो it's better to say that also. Don't cry. But there will be maybe someone who will miss me. And in the past, it has happened. See, so I have realized that all types of people come from all, mentalities, everything. But there will be some people who will miss me so much that they will end up taking the wrong route. And therefore, only for those students of mine who are going to miss me, a special fund is created. Someone said here, I heard that while I was writing, I wrote National Fund and someone said it. My subject is also an intoxication too. My my personality and presence in class is also a drug. मेरे वजह से. Don't do this. I will be one phone call away. One phone. You have any problem, you can call me. You have any personal issue, you can narrate it to me. You have any other difficulty, you can tell me. You want me to make you laugh, you tell me, I'll tell. I have a rate card for all of this. Obviously, I do have a rate card. Sir, thoda sa I am too down. Thoda sir, 15 minutes motivation. Of course. I'll give half an hour. Uska rate to discount I'll give. So, I have a rate card for everything. But don't go and take all these things, bro. If you promise that you will not take drugs, I will give you that 15-minute motivation free of cost. Bas. Don't take drugs. Abhi nahi. When my batch will get over, right now I am coming. You don't need any other drugs. When I will stop coming and you will miss me at that time, you will need the drugs. ठीक है, some are like, sir, our batch is still going on. Pratik is still coming, so no problem. National Fund for Control of Drug Abuse. Udita Punjab. is also in this list, asked a few times in the recent past, and therefore I wanted to discuss, though I have long ago told you anything which is not there in 1, 2 and 5, everything else will come under 20. This, ladies and gentlemen, was your 80G, one of the biggest sections of the chapter. We are almost done with the chapter. We hardly have 2-3 sections now remaining, and after which, of course, now we'll solve all the questions together only. We'll take a small break of 10 minutes right now. Bigger break we will take later. So like always, no, I give small break, then I complete the lecture, then you get your bigger break, and then you have the second slot. Now we'll do it like that only. So small break 10 minutes, and thereafter we will continue. Okay, bigger break I will give you later. Don't worry. Hello. Chalo, come back. Ladies and gentlemen, how does it feel? How's everyone? Not nice? You have, huh? भूख लगी है? What time you ate? 11? Same here. Who is talking continuously? Me. What are you doing? Sitting and enjoying. You will get, as promised, you were promised half an hour break at the time of taking admission. Half an hour break will be given. By the way, you were not promised any break other than half an hour. I still gave you extra break. So the break which I just gave you was unofficial break. हाँ किसने बोला था ना? तो your half an hour break will be given as promised. It will be given. Okay. When I get tired and hungry, at that time, you have ordered food from somewhere. No, you will go out and eat somewhere. You have your tiffin. So the moment I say half an hour break, ek kaam karo. I give you this permission also. Keep your tiffins, keep your notebooks inside, keep your tiffins on the table. The moment I declare half an hour break, just open and eat like there is never. In Maharashtra, we call them Howda. 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 Howra. Havra. Havra. Oi. Hey, किधर है? Where are you guys? क्या? I will talk in Marathi. तुम्ही झोपला आहेत काय? उठा. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are in the G series. All of them. भूख लगा. नहीं, the one who eats a lot in Marathi, we call what? Havra or Havra, something like that. Havrat. Okay. All of y'all are that. एक ही argument है, sir, give the long break now. I said I will give you when I am tired. And I will give you half an hour. Promise मतलब promise. Prospectus दिखाओ. Fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead. We will be doing our next section of the G series. The biggest of them is over. Next, we have a section 80GG. Please pay attention. Ladies and gentlemen, this section has, you may say, for the last 10-15 years, it has never been asked. I just give you a small introduction of what this is. If you are paying rent, by the way, let me remind you, we are still under expenditure related deductions. So in order to get this deduction, you have to spend money. This time you are spending money for rent. The main problem in your life is that this rent is going directly from your pocket without any support from any angle, in the sense that you don't have any HRA received, because someone who gets HRA pays rent from that and takes HRA exemption. You don't have any house of your own anywhere. Because if you have your own house somewhere else and you are taking SOP benefit, so by choice you are living somewhere else and paying rent. Supposingly I have my house in one area, but I want to stay in another area where I don't want to buy. So I am staying on rent by choice. Otherwise I have my own house. That person won't get deduction. Anybody who gets HRA will not get deduction. If your spouse has a house in the same city, a lot of people do what? Husband ka house, wife is paying rent to husband. Wife ka house, husband is paying rent to wife. To claim that HRA ka tax benefit, etc. If your spouse has house in the same city, you have house in any city, you are getting HRA, you won't get this benefit. Keep in your mind someone who is not getting any HRA from boss, or who is a businessman or a professional and does not have own house anywhere. So we'll have to live in a rented house. For that rent paid, we have this deduction. Year 3 limit similar to HRA. Rent paid minus 10% of your income, 25% of your income. The biggest problem is the third limit is 5,000 per month. So the highest annual tax benefit will come to 60,000. Practical life also not a lot of people are aware. Not a lot of people you will see taking the tax benefit also here unless and until that chartered accountant is sharp enough to identify this. And the crash course generation of chartered accountants who appear for exam only to clear the exam, not to take any knowledge. They don't even know. If CEO only does not know how will he recommend. Believe me, ladies and gentlemen, recently when I interacted with my previous house owner, my previous landlord, you can call him, he is receiving rent from me in check. That is his income that he has to offer under IFHP. Whatever I paid him, that into 12, he has been paying tax on that amount for the past 10 years. I used his house for 5 years. Before that, someone else was there. He has been paying tax on that for the last 10 years. In his other houses also, because he has many such houses given on rent. And his CA never told him that you have to pay tax only on 70% of that amount. Can you believe this? Why 70%? Standard deduction. He has never taken standard deduction last 10 years. Can you believe this? I said, supposingly 1 lakh ka rent, that means you should pay tax on 70, but you're paying on 30,000. You're paying extra on 30,000. And if you fall in 10% tax bracket, then 30% is 9%. Means 9% of your rent is the unnecessary tax that you have paid. You understood how I came to 9%? Because he is very rich. He comes in 30% tax rate. If he would have reduced 30% from his income, then he would have saved 30% of that 30. And 30 ka 30 is 9% of his income he has paid as unnecessary tax for so many years. But here, the highest possible deduction is 5,000 per month. So you can just read once. You want, you can ignore it also. This section has not been asked for the last 1.5 decade almost in exam. I leave the choice to you. But this 80 gagga and 80 gagab. Gagab. Pick up any exam paper, especially of CA final. Any question paper you pick up, you will find this. You will always find this. And I have taught you this. Oh, long-term memory loss. This is for company, this is for others. हाँ तो what? You guessed the chapter. Thank you very much. Look at your condition now. By the way, while doing this in PGBP also, I told you that every exam, like this is your 1.5 mark in PGBP. Remaining you sort out. Because it comes in every exam. Any kind of donation or contribution that you have given to a political party or an electoral trust. Electoral trust is basically created to distribute money to political parties. You will be getting 100% deduction. You will be getting 100% deduction. Sorry, slight correction. This is GGB. This is GGC. Slight correction. It is not. Now don't say, sir, because of that we couldn't remember. How to tax slabs? GGA is something else. I'll do that with you. This is GGB and GGC. Gagaba, Gagasa, Gagaba, Gagasa. Gaga is separate. I'll do that. 100% deduction for any kind of donation or contribution given to political party or electoral trust, provided it is by a mode other than cash. Provided it is by a mode other than cash. So you give check, you'll get deduction. By the way, you give check or cash in PGBP, it will be disallowed. Sir, now we get the full picture. Why we disallow in PGBP? Because we are already going to give you chapter 6 deduction. So we can't give you deduction under PGBP than chapter 6 again. And for the taxpayer, it is better if it comes under chapter 6. I'll tell you why. If it is a PGBP deduction, only people with PGBP can take this. So those who are salaried employees giving political donations won't get tax benefit. So we want to keep common tax benefit for all assessees. Remove from PGBP, put it. So whether check or cash in PGBP, you always add, disallow. If cash, don't give chapter 6 a deduction. If non-cash, then give chapter 6 a deduction and 100% deduction without any threshold. Every exam, inter, final, so it comes only. You will find this adjustment in your PGBP question. Ye clear hai, everyone? We've discussed this. This was only a recap. Now, section 80, Gaga. Please make the correction. It was GGB, GGC. Everyone? Gaga. Any kind of donation. G series is full donation only. No, one was all general donation for charity purposes. Second was your political party electoral trust. This is donation that you have given to any scientific research association, college, university, etc., which is approved under section. You want to guess? Approved under section 35. Section 35, scientific research. First was own business, capital and revenue. Then we had scientific research association, college, university, institution. We gave donation for scientific research, social science research. Do you remember? Scientific research or statistical research, social science research. Anybody who has income under PGBP can claim deduction under section 35 against his PGBP income because section 35 is PGBP deduction. Tell me yes or no. But what about someone who is not having PGBP? Think about it. Can there be someone who does not have PGBP income? There will be someone who does not have PGBP income. You won't get section 35 deduction. Sir, why? Because section 35 is only against PGBP and you don't have PGBP. So what now, sir? Can come and take under 80 GGA 100%. So simple. When I did scientific research, I must have told you about my college EVS professor who does research on pollution, etc. He must be needing funds for doing his research. If supposingly past students of the college who have income under business give him donations, business profession, then they will take deduction under section 35. And if they are in job, then they will get deduction under 80 GGA. Both places it is 100%, so 100% deduction is going to be given. PGBP 35 or other people GG. Correct? GGB, GGC is also 100%, but over there they have been specific non-cash. Everyone is clear? Hello? That was your G series. Now we do have an I series in income tax law. We have section 80I AC, 80I BA. These are special businesses which our government wants to encourage. Just one example I will give you. 80I AC, tax deduction for startups. So if you are a notified startup, approved startup fulfilling certain conditions, our government is going to give you a tax holiday of certain number of years, full profit, no need to pay tax. Because startup culture government is only promoting. But that full I series, not in our syllabus. Our syllabus is C series, D series, E series, G series. T में तो भी T series मत नहीं तो T में we have only TTA, TTB. U we have completed. हाँ, QQB we have completed. There is only one section now that is remaining. Our expenditure related category is also over. So expenditure over, other deduction over, other income related over, under specific income related. All this, special business that they want to encourage, startup profit. They are all specific income related. Because you get deduction only against that income and you put effort to earn that income. But all that is not in our syllabus. Under specific income related, we have only two sections, QQB, which we have completed, and this last section of the chapter, section 80, Jajja A. Jajja A. Dekho, suno, listen. There is also a section in income tax law, Jajja. Jajja is separate, but this is not in your syllabus. Jajja, profits from processing biodegradable waste, 100% deduction. Jajja is not in your syllabus, but Jajja A. You understand the difference between Jajja and Jajja A? Go home and practice it. Like phonics class hota hai na, sounds ka. Jajja, Jajja A. A. Ne. A. We'll keep a lecture on that. This happens to be one of the most important sections. See, at intermediate level, no, you have to be a little smart that there are selected sections which come often. For example, 80C, 80D are primary chapter 6A deduction. Chapter 6A outside this classroom is known for this section. Life insurance, medical insurance. You will find a lot of questions. Apart from 80C, 80D, you won't find a lot of adjustments on DD or DDB, not very frequent. GGB, GGC also comes in PGBP, not as a chapter 6A question. But in the last few years, almost every attempt of inter and final, almost every attempt, and because it is inter also, I am saying almost, final ka every attempt, there has been a question on this. Every attempt there has been a question on this, because once an assessee goes in new taxation regime, he is not eligible for chapter 6 deduction. Everyone is with me? Everyone is with me? But there are some exceptions to that. In your syllabus till now we have studied CCD, but subsection 2 only, employer contribution. CCH, but only subsection 2. There are some sections, ATM, ATLA, also which are allowed in new regime, but they are not in your syllabus. Leave them. Bro, section 80 Jajja A. One reason why it comes in every attempt is because this is one of those rare deductions which government wants to encourage in such a big way that we will give you this deduction in new regime also. See, these two government is not encouraging. It is employer contribution we have added in salary without receiving cash. So we have to give you deduction irrespective of regime. But this government wants to encourage. They say, please do this. Please do this activity. Remember, it is income related deduction. And if it is income related deduction, that means only if you do the activity and that activity is showing profit, from that profit you can minus the deduction. Your gross total income may have other incomes, but your deduction cannot be against those incomes. Your deduction will be restricted to this profit, income related deduction. And because the government wants to encourage, it will be allowed in new regime. I will definitely write that this is allowed in new regime here itself. But there is a reason. First, understand the reason. The reason is hidden in the deduction. Deduction for employment generation. Unemployment is a big problem. And because people don't have any sensible thing to do, they become influencers. Modi ji once in parliament promised that I will generate 1 crore jobs. Are you aware of that? Are you aware that Prime Minister said that I will generate 1 crore jobs? When a Prime Minister of a country says that I will generate jobs, I will create jobs in the economy, does not actually mean that he is going to open a company M&M Limited. Modi and who's that pagal saying Millennium? Modi ji and his younger brother तो मोदी एंड मोदी लिमिटेड. You thought what? Modi and Miloni? हीरिए सहरा बांध के मैं तो आया रे. हीरिए. What else? जरा कभी. Anything else? I will create a company and I will give jobs in that company. No, bro. I will create an ecosystem as Prime Minister of the country. I will create financial policies in the country in a way that the corporate sector will have more and more business. Because they will have more and more business, they will need more and more employees, and that will contribute to employment generation in our country. Is what basically Modi ji promised. And he proves it by saying, oh, corporate culture, oh, corporate association. Corporates, all of you all are doing business in our country. We support you. In fact, you will grow in business, so you will need more and more employees. You will hire employees, you will pay them salary. After paying salary, will get your taxable profit. I hope you understand salary is an allowable expense. So you'll calculate your PGBP. In that, you'll minus the salary of your employees, and that final amount is your PGBP income. Because you have created jobs, against that income, we will give you further deduction, TJJA. Anybody who is giving job to new people will be eligible, subject to all the conditions, of course, which we will be learning. How much deduction will be available, for how many years it will be available, which employee covered, which employee not covered, what should be the salary of the employee, what should be the mode of payment to the employee. Every damn thing is written over here. Well, understand the logic. Create jobs, because I promised to I have to honor. I am Prime Minister, but I can't open company. You open company, you do business, you give job. I will give you tax benefit for giving job. So if I give tax benefit, people will feel, no, what tax benefit means, let's have more and more employees, we get tax benefit, which is how I will honor my promise of creating jobs. His promises are reflected in the tax provisions. For example, startup culture. He said make in India. For example, there is one more 80 IBA, which is not again in your syllabus. He said anybody making small size houses, developer, make big houses. Big houses means expensive, because they want to give luxury. So people can't afford. We have a section which says you make very small size houses. Size is small, that means sale price automatically will become small, because houses ka selling price depends on square feet area. Any developer making small size houses, they have defined in that section, not in your syllabus. All profits that you generate from that project, because developer will have multiple projects, that project ka full profit will become deduction if that project fulfills the condition of small size houses. That will support his promise of housing for all, his promise of job creation, his promise of startup culture, his promise of Swachh Bharat, his promise of clean Ganga. Whatever he promised, he created sections. His promise of Ram Mandir, whatever he promised, he will do that. Are you understanding? So anybody generating employment subject to the following conditions. Let me begin by telling you, allowed in new regime. This is so important, because did I tell you that it comes in every exam? Now I'll tell you why. They will give you a question. At CA final, especially the kind of questions they ask. ABC Limited is giving its gross total income. Compute tax as per old regime. They have given GTI. And question will have data of new recruitments. So you have to calculate 80JJAA. GTI minus 80JJAA equal to NTTI. On that NTTI, calculate tax as per old regime. What will be the total income and tax liability if the company goes in new regime? Total income will remain same. Had it been any other chapter 6 deduction, like 80G, we would have added back, disallowed. Because chapter 6 are not allowed. But 80JJAA, we will not add back, because 80JJAA is allowed in the new regime. So they literally ask entity as per old and new, and 80JJAA comes in both. And there are some students who make this mistake. They disallow 80JJAA in the new regime, thinking that no chapter 6 hai. So therefore they ask this every exam. 80JJAA will be allowed in old as well as new regime. Everyone is clear? Chaliye, what other conditions? Assessee should be someone who is covered under section 44AB. You know, all the sections we have defined, know which assessee is eligible. So we make it clear. It is not that we want to give this deduction only to companies. Even a proprietorship can come and take this deduction, provided you are covered under 44AB. Now you and me both know that if I ask you what is 44AB, audit, wrong. Audit accounts का ही होता है और क्या होता है? Tax audit. When your turnover crosses in profession 50 lakhs, business first answer was 1 crore. But if you have 5% receipts and payments in cash, then 10 crore. But anybody opting for presumptive AD or ADA, then no tax audit. Anybody whose books of accounts have been audited under section 44AB, only they will be eligible. Proprietorship can have 10 crore crossing turnover. HUF can have that turnover. Companies can have firm LLP. All assessees will be eligible provided they are having a business which is covered under tax audit. Business or profession, of course. And listen, you got to have a business or profession to come in this section. You have common sense. You have, so where are you generating employment? Obviously, you have business, and that business or profession is covered under tax audit. In course of that business, you have recruited new employees. Will you pay them salary? Yes. Will that salary be considered as expenditure under PGBP? Yes. Will you get deduction of that salary? Yes. Yes. And plus, we will give you extra deduction under chapter 6. Understood? How much will be that deduction? We are going to give you a deduction of 30% of your additional employee cost. 30% of your additional employee cost. Few queries emerge here. Sir, एक minute, sir. Am I recruiting new employees? Will I pay them salary? Yes. Whatever salary I pay them will be already allowed as a deduction in my PGBP. Supposingly 100 is the salary. Will I take deduction of that 100 in PGBP? And my PGBP income will be calculated after minusing that 100 only. No. I have taken that deduction. Everyone is with me? Now I have my PGBP. Obviously, I will have other income also that will give me my GTI. Now that 100 ka 30%, that means extra 30, I will subtract under chapter 6. In other words, when you are recruiting new employees, you are actually taking tax benefit of 130% of their salaries. 100 under PGBP, extra 30 under chapter 6, 80 double. You understand? 100 under PGBP, extra 30% here. Everyone understood this? Pakka? Pakka? We have recruited new employees. You understood how 130 we got and where 100 will go, where 30 will go. But a good student will ask me about it. Nahin? Good student. Bola. Ask me. She's like, sir, you said good student. No, then why are you asking? She only said, kya hai? Bolo. Additional employee. You have recruited new employees. That's the essence of this section, no? This section cannot get triggered or activated unless and until you have recruited new employees. Matlab, we are saying we have created a job for new people. We have hired new employees. Nahin. That salary, that I will explain. Not that. So many points are there. Chodo, I'll tell you that. Hey, stop it. I'll tell you. Listen. Sir, you told us that expenditure related deductions are over. And we are now under income related deduction. Correct? Eh? But when I look at the quantum that they have given here, somewhere I believe that this appears to be expenditure related deduction, sir. Sir, I am paying salary of 100. That 100 I am taking deduction under PGBP. And then that salary ka 30% I am taking here. No. So, sir, then how is it 10? It should be called expenditure related deduction. You understand what the query should be of the good student. So I clarify that first only. Yes, it looks like expenditure, but the point is that this deduction can be taken against profits of that above wala business which is covered under tax audit, no other business, no other income. What is an income related deduction? A deduction that you can minus only against particular income. For example, I am running a business. In that business, I have profit of 10 lakh. And I have new employees whom I have paid salary of 1 lakh. New employee ka salary I will minus. So I will get my PGBP of 9 lakh. Correct? Hai? Everyone is with me? I have some capital gain, IFOS, etc. of 3 lakh, giving me gross total income of 12 lakh. Now I am going to take 80 double J double A of 30,000 against this 9 lakh. I am not subtracting this 30,000. 30 how I got? 1 lakh ka 30% against 9 lakh. I can't take that against 12 lakh. You cannot consider 12 lakh as your income. What amount will be considered as your income? Supposingly, I had one more business. Business 2. In which I have suffered a loss of 8.8 lakh. Is that possible? So I have to take set off. Set off is not optional. So what is my final PGBP? 20,000. And I have capital gain IFOS of 2 lakh rupees. So this time what is my gross total income? GTI is 2.2 lakh. Bro, 80 double J double A will be only 20,000 rupees. Why, sir? Because the business against which I am minusing this, that business ka remaining amount in GTI is only 20,000. It is an income related deduction. I can't take this deduction against. You can take against this business only in which you have recruited those employees. Because in GTI the amount that goes after set off only. No. If I did have a third business in which I had profit of 10 lakh, so I would have adjusted this 880 against 10 lakh so that I can keep at least 30,000 here for the tax benefit. You understood? So you don't get the deduction. If supposingly the loss here was higher than the profit, that means first of all the amount in GTI is 0 because negative amount can't go. And if the amount in GTI is 0, capital gain IFOS ke against you are not allowed this deduction. No, this deduction can be taken only against that particular business ka profits. Which business? In which you have tax audit and you have recruited new employees. You can't take this deduction against any other income. You have to take deduction only against that business ka profit. That also only to the extent it has entered your GTI. Understood why we call it income related deduction, everyone? Fantastic. Now we will discuss all those questions which are in your mind, sir. What do you mean by additional employee cost, everything. But first, let me begin by saying, are you clear about the assessee covered? Can all assessees take this? Provided you have done two things. One, you are in a business which is covered under tax audit, and two, in that business you have recruited employees. I again repeat, you will be paying salaries to them. 100% of that salary is going to become your deduction under PGBP, and this 30% is going to be extra over and above that 100. ये clear है everyone? Okay, next, are you with me? This deduction we will give you for 3 consecutive years. So at the end of the 4th year, just understand what is happening. At the end of the third year, not the fourth year. At the end of the third year, you are almost taking deduction of 4 years ka salary. In 3 years, you will get deduction of 4 years ka salary. How? You are paying salary of 1 lakh. So 1 lakh you will get in PGBP plus 30,000 you will get in Chapter 6. Second year you paid 1 lakh plus 30,000. Third year you paid 1 lakh plus 30,000. So at the end of 3 years, you have paid salary of 3 lakh, taken deduction of 3 lakh in PGBP and taken deduction of 90,000, which is almost equal to 1 more year ka salary. So in 3 years, you will get deduction of 4 years. But of course, at least you are clear that 100 will come under PGBP and 30 will come under Chapter 6. Is that clear? Next question. All answers will come. What do you mean by additional employee? Because ultimately deduction is on additional employee cost, no? So we will go and check whether this is so ridiculously easy. Is it a new business or is it existing business? If it's a new business, then all employees will be considered as additional employees. If it is existing business, then only the ones who are newly recruited will be considered. What is this point trying to make us understand? If you understand the following statement, I am done. Supposingly you already have a business which is covered under tax audit, you already have your employees. Are you already paying them salary? Is that full salary or PGBP deduction already? Now then, you have not created a new job. So existing salary ka to you'll get only 100% PGBP. There you won't get extra, no? Hello. There you won't get extra. Come on, do you agree with this? You increase their salaries. Is increasing salary of my employees going to increase my employee cost? Yes. Will I get deduction under PGBP? Yes. Of that extra amount also? Yes. I won't get Chapter 6A deduction of that amount. Sir, why? Because they are not new employees. Increasing salary of existing employees is not considered here. Then you have not understood the heading only. We want to create new jobs. So new business, all jobs are new only. But existing business, the new employees. So are we allowed to increase salary of existing employees and claim that as PGBP deduction? We just won't get extra 30%. Extra 30% we will get only on our new employees ka salary, which will make the total 130%. And in 3 years, 130 will become 390, which is basically almost equal to 4 years ka salary. You understood? So that additional employee means what? That doubt is clear. The payment that you make to these employees should be made in the 3 allowed modes. That means account payee check, account payee draft, electronic. Payment has to be made in the 3 allowed modes. If you make payment in cash, you are disqualified from deduction. Very easy. Next, I want to mention this again because this is very important. This is one place where people have been tested and they have gone wrong despite multiple tests. So yes, this is going to be allowed in new regime also. So if I write allowed in new regime, some people tomorrow will come and ask doubt, sir, so old may not allowed. No, sir. Bro, I can't trust you with anything. So allowed in new regime also. Risks, not risk, huh? Risks. Allowed in new regime also. Ye clear hai? Okay. Next. We live in a country called India. No one wants to learn the law. Everyone wants to. Sir, can you show me a way out? Supposingly, I have existing business, existing employees. Ibrahim, what surname you use? Ibrahim Kadri. There is one very famous Bollywood ka lyricist. No, that is Irshad Kamil. Irshad Kamil, you know, or you know, very famous lyricist. So many good songs he has written. वो था ना, इसका इसका ना किसका है जाने, कैसी भाषा में भाषा. Ibrahim Qadri. Ibrahim Qadri is running a company, IK Limited company, which is covered under tax audit. He has existing employees. Their salary is allowed as PGBP deduction, but not as 80JJAA deduction because they are existing employees. No matter how hard he will try, maximum he can take deduction of 100% of salary under PGBP, not extra 30%. Ibrahim is now a chartered accountant. Idea. He goes and tells his employees, dear employees, IK Limited is hereby going to shut down. From tomorrow, you won't be working for IK Limited. From tomorrow, you won't be working for IK Limited because IK Limited is going to shut down. The employees are very sad. Some of them have made up their mind that they will call the leaders of local political parties. How can you shut down like that? But then Ibrahim to which responds, please wait, ruko jara, have some patience. From tomorrow, Ibrahim, what is the first letter of the name, first alphabet of your crush? If you may please let me know. Then I will make some funny name, no, then you won't like it. I will make some first letter, mein no one will come to know. S. Nahi. Bro, I am not interested. Baki, because you said S, therefore I make it a time, please. Had you said any other alphabet, that's your, you know. But I am genuinely not interested. I'll make it very clear. If that was your S. So Ibrahim tells his employees, from tomorrow it is going to be IKS Limited. And all of you all will work for IKS Limited. You have to come to office same time. Shut down one company, start another company, do the same business, recruit the same employees. But sir, now new company, no. So our employees I can count here, no. Chartered accountant ka brain he has used. You understand what he has done? You understand how Ibrahim ka brain is working? Well, Ibrahim, the answer to you is not allowed. Deduction will not be allowed if it is splitting up or reconstruction of any existing business. It won't be allowed if it is splitting up or reconstruction of any existing business. You can't be doing amalgamation, takeover, reformation of a company, liquidate a company and start with another company. Nahi to Ibrahim will keep on changing his crush every year and changing the alphabets. Bro, till 26 years so you won't get any problem. Alphabet 26 hai na? 20. Every year choose. I wonder whom you will choose with X and Q and all that question mark hai. But you to are not interested. You are creating new company every year and migrating your employees. You do that. You pay them salary and take 100% PGBP deduction, but you will not get extra. This is understood, Ibrahim? Pakka? No, I am clarifying. What happened? No? Next. Following employees. Maybe new employees, but will not be considered. Highest adjustments, no, are asked on this part. Highest adjustments, believe me, ladies and gentlemen, highest adjustments in CA exams are asked on this part. Following employees will not be considered. Are the following your employees? Yes, sir. Have you newly recruited them? Yes, sir. Everyone is with me? Are you paying them salary? Yes, sir. Will you get PGBP deduction of that salary? Yes, sir. For the purpose of 80JJAA, That is the additional extra 30% deduction. We are not going to consider them. For additional part, we are not going to consider. ये clear है? Who? Any employee who is getting, I've already written employee in the heading, any employee who is getting more than 25,000 rupees per month will not be considered. So supposingly after becoming CA, you join a really big CA firm. Obviously, firm will be covered under tax audit. Firm is eligible assessing. Are you a newly recruited employee? Yes, they are paying you in check. All conditions fulfilled. You think you will be getting more than 25,000 per month? Yes. So the salary that is paid to you, let's say 1 lakh per month. The salary that is paid to you, will that be PGBP deduction of your firm? Yes, but firm won't get 30%. Modi ji is making his intention clear. People who are working, earning 10, 15, 20,000 per month are the low-level employees that you are appointing in your organization. This basically will become a support to their families. Because somebody who is earning 20, 25,000 per month, 15, 20,000 per month is not earning for luxuries, is basically earning for basic necessities. You are supporting them, we support you with extra 30%. You are paying lakhs of rupees because you need someone. That again, PGBP deduction we still give you, but no extra benefit. So if the employee is earning more than 25,000, you will get PGBP deduction. So I'll stop talking about that part. When I say not, you will not get, what do I mean? That extra 30% deduction is not going to be allowed. You get a good number of questions on this. In final ka question papers, you'll find good number of questions on this. 2 and 3 do not come that often, but good number of questions on first point. Any employee that is not participating in RPF. See, when you give full-time job to someone, you have to give them provident fund money over and above salary. We have a law, employees provident fund and miscellaneous provisions. Sometimes some organizations give part-time workers, that you just have to come every morning 1 hour, clean my office and go. You just have to come every evening for 1 hour, part-time workers. Some organizations to give to some contractor that I want, supposedly in my building, I want 3 cleaning staff. So I have hired an agency for this. So believe me, I am not giving job to those employees. I am giving contract to agency. So I am obviously not going to pay provident fund money. I will maximum pay the agency ka charges. We want you to give proper jobs to people. And proper job ka evidence is employees working for provident fund participation. So employee contribution is taking place. That means we will genuinely believe them to be your employees. And thus, any employee who is not participating in provident fund will not be considered. Are you still going to pay that cleaner and take PGBP deduction of his salary? Yes. Extra 30 you want. You will be surprised to know this, but in some industries, government pays your provident fund money. Yes, that's true. Provident fund money is being paid by government. Government is paying PF money. You want to recruit people. You have budget for salary, but you don't have money for extra provident fund. So you are telling government, sir, we will not. Government is like, don't worry, you pay salary, we will pay RPF in certain sectors. That means that way you are not fully dedicated to this employee. We won't give you extra 30%. But you'll rarely find any exam question on these two. Exam question will come on the first one and more than the first in the second one, because in the second one, if you are not careful while reading your question, this fourth one, when I say second one, second which I am highlighting, if you are not careful while reading your question, you take it in writing from me today itself, you are definitely going to make mistake in exam. You have to read your question carefully, very, 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 very careful. Otherwise, believe me, you are going to go wrong if you are not careful. Any employee who has worked for less than 240 days during the year. Any employee who has worked for less than 240 days during the year will not be considered. See, are you generating employment and you plan to take tax benefit of this salary for 3 years, 30, 30, 30? over and above PGBP deduction. So your employee should work for a certain respectable period during the year. Employee working for less than 240 days means has not worked even for 8 months. This may probably be a part-time labor. This may probably be an employee whom you have recruited towards the later part of the year, only to claim tax benefit, and then you removed that employee from job. This can probably be a case of tax evasion or manipulation. So we want to keep a certain minimum number of days criteria. Please understand. In the salary payment, we have maximum criteria of 25. The moment you pay more than 25, that employee ka salary won't be considered for this 30%. And in number of days, we have minimum criteria. Is that clearly visible? Disqualification in salary is when you cross that limit. So that is maximum. And disqualification in number of days is when you are less than the limit. So that is less than number of days. That is minimum. You understand the minimum and maximum part here? The salary should not be more than 25,000. And number of days should not be less than 240 days. Any employee who has worked for less than 240 days during the year won't be considered. You must be thinking, sir, this is so easy. Just like that, I have to remember 25 here, I have to remember 240. No. Salary they give directly in rupees. That we have recruited 500 employees whom we paid 24,000 and 500 employees whom we paid 26,000. So 26 wala, so clearly you will see more than 25 and disqualify. For 30%, of course. 24 wala is easy, so this part is going to still remain easy for you. But now these two recruitments, they will give you date of appointment. They won't give you number of days. Salary they have to give you in rupees. But date of employment given, so the burden now is on you to check whether the date completes 240 days. April, May, June, July ka recruitment, no problem. But any recruitment towards the later part of the year, then that employee may not have completed. Kya? 240 days. And if the employee has not completed 240 days, so that employee ka salary won't be considered. Here they will give you rupees, it becomes easy. Here they will give you date of recruitment. You have to calculate days. And lot of students go wrong. Every final ka paper, when they ask 80JJAA, final paper, every paper they ask. They keep both of these in the question. First one is still easy, you understand why? Second one, while it is already difficult because they will give you date. Now there is further bad news here. 240 days means minimum criteria roughly 8 months. But some businesses are seasonal businesses. A business which is seasonal can't have employees all throughout the year, because what are we going to do during off season? We don't need them. So we can't be having a rigid 240 days criteria for all businesses. So they have relaxed this criteria to 150 days. Now what they do in exam, final exam, they give two companies, A Limited, B Limited. A Limited is doing this business. They will just give you the name of the business. Burden is on you. The moment they say this business, you have to put pressure on your binary. This is seasonal. This is seasonal. Therefore, I have to check how many days? 150 days. And B Limited is doing this business. So you will apply 240. They will just give you name of the business and the date of recruitment. Look at the name and the date. Name and the date. First decide on the basis of name 240 or 150. Then see the date whether that 240 or 150 is fulfilled or not. Minimum criteria. Plus then the salary also should not be more than 25,000 per month. So this second part is really complicated. In exam, if you have practiced enough questions, you won't find it difficult. First point was restriction on salary, maximum this much salary. And last point is restriction on number of days. Normally, the employee should work for minimum 240 days. But in seasonal businesses, the employee should work for minimum 150. That means we are relaxing the criteria. In these businesses, employee has worked for less than 240, but worked for 150 days. Will we consider those employees? Yes. Means 30% of their salary will be considered that for 80JJAA? Yes. That means we will get 130% deduction. Subject to other conditions, new employees allowed mode, etc. What do you want to know from me? What are the seasonal businesses? That if by chance question is on that business, so I will check 150 days. Correct? Fantastic. Can you believe this? And you have to believe this. In the opinion of our government, following businesses are seasonal. According to our government, if you are in the business of footwear, seasonal. People are explaining each other. Sir, footwear to we wear in monsoon. तो क्या without monsoon you don't? क्या? Specific or not specific? They have said footwear. No, my question is, you wear footwear. How many months in a year? Every day, no? In rain you wear rain ka footwear, whether it's gum boots or whatever you call them. You go for party, you wear party shoes. You go for work, you wear formal shoes. You go for playing some sport, you wear sports shoes. But you wear something. So how can footwear be seasonal? Wear during particular season, don't wear during particular season. Who are you, a saint? I am not doing propaganda of my religion, but under Jainism, our saints don't wear footwear. Wherever they travel, whichever season they travel, they always travel barefoot. But that is the 365 days. So what are you doing? Average? Footwear is seasonal according to our talented government. Next, leather business. Leather. I mat kar. I leather. For example, wallets. Leather. Use for some time during the year. Rest of the year use UPI. Because seasonal. Acha, wallet is still fine. Belt. Even if your trouser is extremely loose, without belt, but seasonal. So when you are in off season, you wherever you go, your one hand should be like holding your trouser and talk to people. And what if you have fracture in the other hand? Now what to do? One hand occupied in fracture, other hand occupied in holding your trouser. Bro, protecting your trouser is more important this time than protecting your fracture. Don't wear belts. Nada. Laces. Oh, too much of English, no? Believe me, one day my son wore traditional clothes and he came to me and he's telling me, Daddy, can you please tie my laces? मैं बोला, where are you wearing the shoes? Well, shoes wear karna, then I will tie your laces. What laces are you talking about? Then he lifted his shirt up and said, Daddy, this lace, please tie it for me. हाँ, तो don't use belt during off season. ठीक है, बराबर है. From tomorrow, off season is starting. ठीक है? You come like that. Or wear South Indian lungi. No need for belt. You can tighten to the extent you want. And the best part about that, see, our clothes, no, they don't fit us after a time based on our size. Lungi ka best hai. Tight, loose, whatever you want, you can do it. Best hai, best. Parcel kar do. What, Ramraj Cotton, what is that big brand? वही same name है ना? हाँ. How many you want? बोल. तू लुंगी बेचता है? हाँ? तो वही you sell lungis. Where is it? Where exactly? वो Grand Road Station के पास. That is your shop. What known people का what is the percentage of discount? 100% discount you are giving? 100% discount. I won't give in any 100% discount. I am telling you in advance. First time I will come and say I want full shop. I will sell this. Outside your shop only I will say le. Free you are giving, no? I will sell it. Outside your shop. Bro, एक मिनट ले लो मतलब his shop का stuff, not me. She is like, sir is shouting ले लो, so you can take sir and go. हाँ, तो you don't wear belt, wear your own shop का lungi. In fact, that will work as marketing. For example, my brother started his brand now. तो every day he is wearing his brand का टी-शर्ट only. मैं बोला थोड़ा ओवर नहीं हो रहा है, मतलब it is, I understand that startup founders are like that, you have to wear your own brand का टी-शर्ट. Just imagine me wearing one SS Pro Educare के logo. Good idea actually. Why not? Every day I should. So I think I should distribute one t-shirt to all of you all every day in class. You should wear and come. Contract. You make customized also. अच्छा, you make it. Visiting card छोड़ के. But bro, if I go to your shop 8 hours, you are in class. I will tell. Well, Rushed has sent me. They will be who Rushed. So then what will I do? What if they tell me who Rushed? Who is the right person to meet in your shop? What's his good name? And I have to just tell him ke Rushed. He won't say no. Who Rushed? I don't know any Rushed. Sick. You may be playing around with me, sending me to any random shop, saying that it is my shop, it is my father, and I am asking Rushed is your son. And what if that you are only playing with me? Nahi na, pakka? No. ठीक है. But again, the problem is that I will go with his reference. Now you have not done anything respectable or substantial in life that you have been taken seriously at home. Achieve something in life that if I go with you, okay, I taught him. Arey sir, you taught him. He's so intelligent. He answers queries properly. He has knowledge of taxation. That's the correct time. Okay, uncle, discount kitna? That is the correct time for me to also ask for a discount. You not doing anything productive at home and me coming and saying I am Rushed ka teacher, give me discount. Then because you are not working properly, he'll be like, sir, you are not doing your duty properly. He is not studying. What discount you are asking? Charge extra. Rather, actually, they will charge extra. So the whole question comes down to please perform in your exams, because all the fun that we have, basically the main target is that performance in your exam. Then I am sure no one will say who Rushed. I'll say the one who wants to get married fast. That Rushed. हाँ तो leather is क्या sir? Seasonal. Footwear is seasonal. Leather is seasonal. If this was not enough, bro, the third and the last business. Clothes, apparel, that also Rushed sells. According to them, is seasonal. So a certain time during the year you should wear clothes. And for another part during the year, वो tapasvi sadhu babas, they patta, leaves, yes, good idea. वो दुर्योधन ने पहना था, you know that part of the story or no? That Duryodhan was going to war and his mom was aware that he is going to lose. His mom had tied a band around her eyes because her husband was blind. So she was not blind, but so that she can stay with that husband, she stayed like with blindfold throughout her life. So her eyes had immense power. All the energy over the years was preserved. She told Duryodhan that you come, complete, bare, and I will open my band once, and my eyesight will come on you top to bottom. That will make your body of iron. Then no one will be able to defeat you. But because Duryodhan was shy to go full naked in front of his mother, because he was grown up, so he wore some leaves. Thighs wala area, the private part wala area, he covered and went. His mom opened her eyes, and top to bottom, but she was very, very upset with him. That why have you covered your thighs? Because of these leaves, I could not send energy in that part of your body. And he is like, how could I come naked? Bula, I have seen you in your childhood. It's okay, you could have come. Then he again said, Mom, can you do it again? She said, what do you think? I am some magician or something? I am not doing any magic. My preserved energy I have given to you. Now I can't do anything. And by the end, the Mahabharata war ended because Bhim attacked his thighs. Because that was the only vulnerable part. And only Shri Krishna was aware of that. Shri Krishna told him, it is against rules of the war. You can't attack someone on the thighs, but you attack. And that is how that Mahabharata war ended. You are not aware of this? You should be. It's not a religion. Mahabharata is a story. It is a story which every household in the world should actually. No, so you be Duryodhan, bro. And he is Duryodhan. He'll come like that only, wearing leaves tomorrow. अरे तो you don't pay attention, no. but छी क्या होता है? Who told you to pay attention? हाँ. Who told you to take it so seriously? हाँ. हाँ. According to our government, these are अरे पागल government. If you want to keep something seasonal, keep umbrella, keep raincoat, keep strawberry, keep sweet potato. Strawberry, sweet potato come during the winters. How? Mango, re baba. I know you are from Ratnagiri. Mango. Alfonso mangoes, Ratnagiri. Time has come. The king of fruits. How can footwear and apparel be seasonal, bro? What are you talking about? We are government. We can do anything. So be careful. If the question is on these businesses, you will put number of days criteria as 150 and other businesses 240. But this last point has created one practical difficulty. Supposingly, I start only my business in October, November, December, Jan, Feb. I clear in November attempt. I start my business in January. Now I have only 3 months remaining in the financial year. Even if 3 months, I actually recruit employees. So I am contributing to government. Their intention of employment generation, I recruited employees. And all conditions are fulfilled. Sir, salary is not exceeding 25,000. Account paycheck, etc. They are new employees. Have I fulfilled all conditions? But I won't get 80 double J double. Why? Because the employees are not completing this number of days ka criteria. Fantastic. Next year, these employees will continue because I had forever the intention of doing this proper business. Next year, these employees will continue. Will they cross these number of days? Full year they will work. No, year 2 mein to. This year we started business late. Next year to we are working full year. So are they going to fulfill the number of days criteria? We still won't get deduction. You want to guess why? Because now they are old employees. So year 1 no deduction because of number of days. And year 2 no deduction because now they have become old. So this is so unfair. That those who need employees towards the later part of the year should not recruit. Otherwise they will lose 30%. And auntie very validly brought an amendment here. She said, if you have worked for less than the required number of days, whether it is 240 or 150, that to we know no depends on business. In first year. But these employees continue in second year. That is very important. You have to continue, obviously. Then only your full-time employees, no? So you do one thing. You consider as new employee of second year. You consider them as new employees recruited in the second year. Understood? Second year will be your first year of deduction. No, you have to imagine only that recruitment took place in year 2. Year 2 will be your first year for the purpose of 80 double zero, which is solving the problem if you understand what is happening. So number of days not fulfilled. So this year 1, year 2 mein they are continuing. Year 2 mein they will fulfill the number of days. So year 2 only you count as first. उसी के लिए ना और किसके लिए? हाँ मतलब see that was for explaining the logic. Ultimately less than number of days मतलब recruitment also less than number of days, no? For whatever reason, first year they have worked for less than the required period, but continued and completed the required period in second year. So start your calculations from second year. Now clear? Everyone? No problem? Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Devyo, Sajjano, Mitro, congratulations, Abhinandan. That is your chapter deductions under, congratulations for break. That is your chapter deductions under chapter 6A. Everyone is clear about this? Absolutely fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now take our half an hour break.